recessing for lunch. At this time, I'll ask members of the board hearing panel to state their names.
Janie Clanton, RN.
Dr. Melissa King, nurse practitioner. Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
All right, and I'm calling up the next matter on the docket, case number 2023-0512, involving licensee Luke Ferguson. License number is R-892126. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee, Mr. Luke Ferguson, present?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Ferguson, are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
Because you're not represented by counsel, I have a few questions for you. You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you in this matter?
I do.
And do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
I do.
And do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf? And do you understand the nature of the charges pending against you such that the outcome of this hearing could be revocation of your license?
I do.
And understanding all of that, you wish to proceed without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to identify any individuals in attendance that will give testimony today. To please state your name.
Dwayne Jameson.
And Mr. Ferguson, will you testify on your behalf today? Right, so at this time, the court reporter is going to swear you both in.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Your Honor, the board would ask that exhibits B1 through B6 be admitted into evidence.
And Mr. Ferguson, do you have any objection to the admission of the exhibits into the record?
No, ma'am.
The records are admitted. All right, we'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we'll have closing statements. So we'll begin now with opening statements, beginning with Ms. Salzman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ferguson was employed as a contract nurse at Ochsner Medical Center in Jefferson, Louisiana for approximately 2 months before he was issued a cease and desist letter by the Louisiana Board of Nursing. This order was issued after he exhibited behaviors of diversion of narcotics and tested positive for marijuana metabolite while on duty. Today, he has been charged with having been placed under a disciplinary order in another jurisdiction. And today, that order will be shown that details the actions that resulted in the suspension of his privilege to practice in Louisiana. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code Annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Mr. Ferguson. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Ferguson, here's your opportunity to give your opening statement.
When I was working as a contract nurse between the dates mentioned, I was working on a step-down unit with one nurse taking 5 patients. It could be people on insulin drips. You still had 5 patients with AccuChecks every hour. Techs couldn't do those AccuChecks, and I still had to take care of my other 5 patients. This also happened after COVID. I started taking CBD. Well, I never smoked marijuana, but I was taking CBD. During COVID, it started helping me deal with everything that was going on. I've never tested positive for THC. I was doing multiple contracts, and every contract I took, I was taking it and I was passing drug tests. At that point in time, I think they discontinued the one I was taking, so I tried a new one and it burned me. As far as the accusations on diverting, I never diverted taking drugs. My practice at that time was still COVID based. I would pull medicines before going to the room so I could do everything prior. instead of go back in and out and in and out. But that's my, I guess.
Now we're moving to the board counsel's case, and then you'll have an opportunity to present your case.
The board calls investigator Dwayne Jameson. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Dwayne Jameson, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nurses?
since 1991.
And what do you do at the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigations.
Is it part of your job to investigate complaints that are made to the board related to its licensees?
Yes,
If you would, please turn to page 4. Exhibit B3. And identify that document, please.
B3 is license verification for Luke Hahn Ferguson.
What's his license number and type?
License number is 892126, registered nurse,
What's the current status of that license?
administratively inactive.
And if you would, please turn to page 7 and identify what that document is as well.
Page 7 is a complaint issued by the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And who's the respondent listed on this complaint?
Luke Hahn Ferguson,
And turn into page 8. Could you tell us when that complaint was filed, the date?
November 1, 2023.
And flipping back to page 7, could you tell us what the charge is listed against Mr. Ferguson in the complaint?
Okay, the charge is that the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1D, and that respondent has had a license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction, has voluntarily surrendered such a license or privilege to practice in any jurisdiction, has been placed on probation as a registered nurse or licensed practitioner nurse in any jurisdiction, or has been placed under a disciplinary order in any manner as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction.
Thank you. And what additional facts are listed in the complaint to support that charge?
On or about June 28, 2012, respondent received his multi-state license in Mississippi to practice as a registered nurse. Between September 1, 2022 and October 21, 2022, respondent worked in Louisiana on his privilege to practice as a contract nurse for Ochsner Medical Center in Jefferson, Louisiana. On or about October 17, 2023, a cease and desist order was issued by the Louisiana State Board of Nursing, ordering respondent to cease and desist the practice of nursing in Louisiana pursuant to the privilege to practice granted through multi-state license, after respondent exhibited behaviors of diversion of narcotics and tested positive for marijuana metabolite on an on-duty drug screen.
Thank you. Could you turn to page 12 and identify that document for us? It's exhibit B6.
B6 is a letter dated October 17, 2023, addressed to Mr. Luke Ferguson,
And who sent this letter to Mr. Ferguson?
Louisiana State Board of Nursing.
You would please go down and read A and stop it specifically.
Between the dates of September 1 through October 21, 2022, while employed as a contract registered nurse at Ochsner Medical Center in Jefferson, Louisiana, respondent exhibited behaviors of diversion of narcotics. The Drug Diversion Investigation Response Team noted the following anomalies in his handling of narcotics specifically.
And was that for a period of approximately 2 months?
Yes,
At that point, was he flagged because of his narcotic administration and documentation of narcotics?
yes.
We're not gonna go through all these discrepancies listed in the cease and desist order, but if you would, please read the notes on the letter for the date of September 9th, 2022 that are listed on page 12.
On September 9th, 2022, for patient SH, who had active orders for oxycodone every 4 hours PRN for severe pain. At 8:05, respondent withdrew oxycodone 5 milligram from the Pyxis. At 8:22, he documented administration of oxycodone 5 milligram. At 11:41, approximately 40 minutes early, respondent withdrew oxycodone 5 milligram from the Pyxis and documented on the medication administration record, not given, patient/family refused. At 11:49, respondent wasted oxycodone 5 milligram in the Pyxis. At 13:39, an entry was back charted on the MAR to 12 o'clock, canceled entry. There was no corresponding withdrawal of oxycodone 5 milligram from the Pyxis. At 13:36, respondent withdrew oxycodone 5 milligram from the Pyxis. At 14:29, an entry was back charted on the MAR to 13:36, canceled entry. At 13:41, he wasted oxycodone 5 milligram in the Pyxis. At 13:39, an entry was forward charted at 1500, canceled entry. There was no corresponding withdrawal of oxycodone 5 milligram. At 16:52, respondent withdrew oxycodone 5 milligram from the Pyxis and documented administration at 16:56.
So on September the 9th, 2022, do you see several instances of canceled entries?
Yes,
And was there an instance where he pulled early as well? I believe maybe on September the 11th.
September the 11th.
Let's look on page 13. If you look at September the 11th, 2022, are there some instances where he also pulled medication
Yes,
extremely early? Do you see any instances where it was noted the medication was not given?
yes,
And let's go down to September the 18th. There are two instances on the 18th. On either of these, do you see any instances where canceled entry was documented?
yes.
And did he pull the medication extremely early in this portion of the board's report as well?
I believe one was documented 2 hours early.
And the charge that we're here on today is that he had discipline in another jurisdiction. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this is in fact the order that the Louisiana State Board of Nursing issued.
Yes.
And if you would, please turn to page 16 and just read us that NPDB narrative.
This will be reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank as 1351, cease and desist, multi-state licensing privilege, H6, inappropriate acquisition or diversion of controlled substance, and 35, drug screening violation.
And what did the board order him to do in that narrative?
Respondent was ordered to cease and desist to practice nursing in Louisiana pursuant to privilege to practice granted through multi-state licensure after respondent exhibited behaviors of diversion of narcotics and tested positive for marijuana metabolite on an on-duty drug screen.
So did the Louisiana Board of Nursing discipline Mr. Ferguson privilege to practice in that state?
Yes, they did.
And is that grounds for discipline in the state of Mississippi?
Yes.
No further questions.
Right, Mr. Ferguson, at this time, you may ask his questions. if you have any.
Whenever I first got this this letter here, I've been talking with the Louisiana State Board of Nursing of this. And I was trying to work with them through it because,
All right, do you have any questions for him?
oh, that's what I was
Oh, you
getting to.
get into your question?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay, go ahead.
Does anything that I was in contact reflect on? Did you know anything about our conversation and what I've done to try to do anything with this?
No.
Because I was talking to him about doing the RMP program, and I got all the way up to going to the facility, and when I told them where I was going, they said we can't do it. So then I had to call Mississippi Board of Nursing, and I talked to somebody. Oh, I was just wanting to know if you had any, if what I did with Louisiana had anything with you.
Does it have anything to do with me, your conversation with the
Yes,
Lieutenant Board?
yes. Okay, all right.
No, not that I can recall.
Oh, that's probably not here then.
The members of the board hearing panel, do you have any questions for this witness?
Board rest, Your Honor.
All right, so this time the board rests their case, so now it's your opportunity to put forth your case, your defense against the charges.
Yes, ma'am. I have talked with Louisiana State Board. I even have a response to every single one of these charges that I've written down and given back to them. I have that copy. I didn't know that I would put this in for evidence.
Is that something you'd like to put in the evidence?
If I could.
Do you have it? We can, you need to let counsel for the board take a look at it.
I think it's on my phone in the car. I got pictures of it.
Do you think you can go retrieve it in the next 10 minutes? It may be.
I should be able
To
to.
us and we could print it out.
Yes, ma'am. I'd be able to get it.
All right,
We got a 10-minute recess.
we'll take a brief 10-minute recess and return at 1:33.
Give you my email. You can just email it to me. Yeah. Or I can try to get some information.
Okay, I'll just.
Thank you. And we went into recess to allow the respondent an opportunity to pull some documents that he was considered adding as exhibit. Were you able to retrieve those documents, Mr. Ferguson?
I got them on my phone, but I wasn't able to get it out to the email.
Okay, and would you like to proceed now with your case without those documents?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
All right, so you may continue.
Um,
Oh, I believe, had Ms. Salzman started to question you? Or no, well, go ahead. Okay, gotcha, yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead with your case, yeah.
but I did send a letter off, addressing every single one of these issues. I know that my practice was wrong. I've changed it since then. I made multiple rounds. Well, when I was nursing, I had the cease and desist, and I haven't been nursing since whenever the date was. Other than that, I really like my job. I'd like to continue doing it. Anything that I have to do it, I'm accepting.
This time, Ms. Salzman may have some questions for you.
Good afternoon. Could you tell me where you went to nursing school?
Pearl River,
And when did you graduate?
May 2012.
Is that when you were first licensed in Mississippi? Tell us about your employment history. I know you were working at Oshner's in Jefferson. Is that at the time of this?
That was yes, ma'am. That was a travel nurse job. I started Forest General. I went another travel. I started traveling after 5 years, and I've been traveling since.
So you've been traveling since approximately 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work at Forest General for those first 5 years?
First 5 years.
You had any other disciplinary issues at any of the places that you've worked?
I did have, and I did work at Wesley, and they accused me of taking a bottle of fentanyl on the med surge floor. I didn't pull it. I didn't see it. I don't know. I guess I was the last person that passed by there, but I was the one that was accused of it.
Is that when you were a travel nurse?
No,
What year was that?
that was like after the Louisiana thing. I had to find a job in Mississippi.
So it was just last year? Okay, so can you tell me the approximate months that you worked at Wesley?
Maybe August to no, probably May to September.
So that's where you were working before you went to Oshner's?
No, this was after.
As if I told you that the Louisiana State Board of Nursing, you can look with me on page
Yeah.
12, says that you were working there between September 1st and October 21st of 2022.
This was
So this is
2023.
2023.
Yes, ma'am.
So where did you, tell me again, August of 23?
No, it was probably May to September, I believe.
May to September of 23.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. And you didn't work anywhere between October and May?
No, ma'am.
Have you had any other disciplinary issues or problems at any other places of employment? during
And
the-
then after they terminated me, I went to Slidell Memorial. And at that time, well, my mom died, and kind of spiraled, and I was drinking, and I did take a pill. And I guess my actions were from my drinking. And then they drug tested me, and I positive for Percocet.
I'm gonna try to get my timeline down, and I apologize if I don't have it down completely. So you were at Oshner's from September 1st to October 21st of 2022, correct?
Uh,
And then you did not work until you went to Wesley in May of 2023,
I believe so.
and you worked there until approximately September of 2023.
Mhm. And then,
And you were terminated from Wesley
yes, ma'am.
for an allegation of taking fentanyl on a med surg floor.
That
Okay.
was,
And then after that, when did you go to Slidell Memorial? The approximate
that was
month
probably
and year.
about. I went maybe September sometime to
September of 2023.
October. Yeah, September to October.
Then you were terminated from Slidell because you tested positive for Percocet. Were you prescribed Percocet?
No, ma'am. I was drinking and had family member over,
Where did you get that Percocet?
a family member.
So after October of 2023, where did you work?
Haven't. Oh, no. I got a management job at Stone County, long-term acute care, because I want to get away from bedside, so that I wouldn't be accused no more. And then that's whenever I got y'all's suspension, and then I had to quit then.
So you're working in long-term acute care in Stone County?
For like less than 3 weeks before my
What month
suspension.
was that?
November.
23? Or maybe 3 weeks there.
Yeah, not long.
No disciplinary actions there. So today you're here because you've been charged with having a discipline in another jurisdiction.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you dispute that you were cease and desist from the practice of nursing in Louisiana?
They did.
And were you diverting drugs from Oshner's while you were employed there?
No, ma'am.
Have you diverted drugs from any other facility where you've worked?
No.
You have a drug problem?
No, well, I guess so, because I take some from my family members. Not like a lot, just those few times, but I shouldn't even then.
When you say you take some from family members, does that mean that you just see that you have a family member that has a bottle of Percocet and you just take one?
No,
Or you
they were
ask
down
them?
for my mom's funeral. We were drinking. And I think that it just came up organically. It wasn't a planned thing, or
Someone just offered you a Percocet and you just took it.
I don't even know if it was, I don't even know if they said this was what it was. I think it was just drinking and,
So you took the pill and you didn't know what it was.
well, I knew what it was, but I wasn't asking for it, and it was like here, and I just took it. But I'm willing to do hair screen, to do whatever kind of drug test to prove that I'm not taking it.
Do you smoke marijuana?
No.
Or do you use marijuana at all? Have you ever used marijuana?
When I was like 13, 14.
And you were 13 and 14 years of age? And you haven't since then?
No, military and nursing, can't do it in those.
Pull the microphone. You can say, sorry, you can pull the microphone wherever.
The cease and desist letter from Louisiana said they had vials of yellow liquid were found on you. What were
Yes,
those
ma'am.
vials?
Those were my daughter was trying to figure out how to do something for Halloween. So she had I had some vials, and she was trying to make like blood, urine, and she was going to place them at the haunted house. And I had just had them, they weren't even in my scrub pockets. I had like underpants on, And I just threw them on, and I guess they were just still in my pocket. And they wasn't hidden, they were just right there.
So your daughter was gonna do something with yellow liquid for Halloween,
Mhm.
and you had it in your pocket at work on October 21st, 2022.
I drive from Petal to New Orleans, and she does things and shows them to me, and I just put them up, and they find their way everywhere.
So when you say they're in your pocket, were they in your pants pocket?
Front pocket,
How many valves were in your front pocket?
2.
They had yellow liquid. They were a project she was doing for Halloween,
Mm.
your daughter.
I come to find out,
She
because I couldn't
just-
explain to the people what it was.
She just placed those in your pants
No,
pocket.
I took them, I guess that night before, because I was looking at them. I guess I just put them in my pocket, and I slept in them, and then I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to New Orleans for that morning. And I just pulled my scrubs over my sleep pants.
Those vials of liquid weren't narcotics,
No,
urine.
no. They were urine. They would be cold and wouldn't test right.
What kind of medications do you currently take?
I take no medications now.
Have you ever been in a treatment program for addicts?
Mm-mm.
So I assume you don't attend any type of meetings or counseling.
I did my EAP meeting after mom died. I did my 5 that I get,
Tell me what an EAP meeting is.
employee assistance program.
And you did that after your mother died, and when did she die?
She died on September 18th.
23? So just so I'm clear, it's your testimony today that you did not divert from Louisiana, I'm sorry, from Oshner's while you were employed there.
Did not.
But you do understand that you've had discipline taken against you in another jurisdiction, is that correct? And I know today, we tried to work out some emails where you could get some documents put into evidence. But you are representing, is it not correct, that you are challenging the facts in that cease and desist order in Louisiana?
Yes,
But you do in fact have that order in place right now.
yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, at this
I have a couple of questions. I know it's nerve-wracking, but I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding some of everything in the timeline. I want to make sure that we have everything that we need
Yes, ma'am.
to, for deliberations and decisions. So the Wesley Medical Center that you were accused of the fentanyl diversion,
Mm.
did they, or you were
They did.
banned to
It came back positive for Percocet.
Percocet at that point? Did it say Percocet specific? And then did you have a drug screen done at Oshner? You said yes.
No.
And it showed a
CB, just
cannabinoid
THC.
metabolite, but not THC.
I don't know what the. So I thought it would be THC.
Okay. And then have you ever had a chemical dependency test by anybody, or have you ever been in any kind of programs at all?
No, ma'am.
Or do you feel like that you have an addiction?
With like CBD, I guess so, because it does help me.
For you, if this board finds it okay for you to continue practicing, are you willing to do anything within the board order for any length of time?
I got a family. I got to do whatever I got to do.
Do you have employment lined up currently?
I'm doing
dependent
electrical and
on-
AC work right now.
I'm sorry.
I'm doing electrical and AC work right now.
Okay, but you don't have a nursing job lined up waiting on a decision from this board?
The Stone County said to let them know that they love me there. So.
And what
whatever.
job was that?
I was nurse manager.
What would your roles and responsibilities be there?
More or less just communication between the floor nurse and the nurse practitioner.
So you wouldn't have any direct patient care?
Any additional questions?
I do, just, so, Mr. Ferguson, just out of curiosity, based on the documents that we saw today, was it common practice for you not to have another nurse with you when you wasted a narcotic?
There's always a nurse with me when I wasted.
So there was a second person, just to clarify, that witnessed you wasting all those things that you're documenting.
And there was cameras there too.
And was it commonplace for you to pull your PR meds before they were actually requested?
No, well, like I said, after COVID, I started pulling everything I thought they might need or want before I went to that room. That way I wouldn't have to go gear up to go in and then come back out.
So just to clarify, like if they had a 9 o'clock med pass, you were going ahead and pulling it regardless.
If I knew that patient was gonna usually want it.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, do you,
Can I ask one more question?
sure.
I'd like to piggyback just one question. It's during COVID, and so practices were a little bit different, but were you the only one on your unit that had the practice of doing that, or was there?
No, I think there was other people that did that. But I know I did that to make just things for workflow to go better.
Any additional questions? Okay, Mr. Ferguson, do you rest your case at this time, or do you want to add before we go into closing statements?
I really like my job and I would do anything to get it back to working, whatever I have to do.
We'll begin with closing statements now, starting with Ms. Thompson.
Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-1 provides the board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of a nurse that has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Mr. Ferguson today has violated the nursing practice law in Mississippi because he was issued discipline in another jurisdiction. Today, he does not dispute this, and that is the charge. The allegation that resulted in his cease and desist in Louisiana was allegations related to drug diversion. Mr. Ferguson has been very forthcoming today. After his employment with Oshner's, he went to Wesley. He disclosed that he was terminated after he was suspected of diverting fentanyl and tested positive for oxycodone there. And then he went to Slidell Memorial where he tested positive for Percocet that he took from a family member. Today, I would respectfully ask the board panel look at the charge against Mr. Ferguson and take disciplinary action as is appropriate under 7315-29-2. Thank you.
Ferguson, it's your opportunity to give your closing statement.
Know that I wouldn't be here if things wasn't bad. Uh, I have not diverted any drugs. I have taken things that was not prescribed to me. I don't make it a habit. I don't go to work messed up. I don't have any kind of write-ups on, I never given the wrong medicine to anybody. I've never let blood pressures go too high. I've called rapids when they're needed. I've coded people. Um, it's hasn't affected my work, but like I said, whatever it comes to, I'll do whatever to get my nursing back going on.
Right, at this time, I'll conclude the hearing in case number 2023-0512 involving licensee Luke Ferguson, license number R-892126. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-0512.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Executive session for deliberations on stated case number.
I'll second.
Favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. record. I'll announce the board's decision in case number 2023-0512 involving licensee Luke Ferguson, license number R-892126. The board finds Mr. Ferguson guilty as charged. The discipline imposed is a restricted license. The restrictions are as follows. You have a formal reprimand to be issued, payment of the $500 fine, single state license. Let's see, indirect supervision, chemical dependency evaluation, psychiatric / psychological evaluation. So, drug screens, and so the restrictions, at minimum, apply for a period of 12 months, but that could be greater. I'm sorry, 24 months. I'm sorry, not 12 months, 24 months, but it could be greater depending on the assessor's recommendation. So at minimum 24 months, but that could increase or remain the same depending on the assessor's recommendations. Do you have any questions? And you will receive a written copy of this.
Okay.
If you have any questions, you can ask them now.
No, I understand all of that. Thank y'all.
You're welcome. And you'll be assigned a compliance officer, and make sure you ask any additional questions you may have at that time once you receive this order.
That contact for the compliance officer, that will be in that letter? Or will that compliance officer try to contact me?
Yeah, it's gonna be, no, they're not gonna reach out to you first. It's gonna be incumbent upon you to contact the board to get the name for your compliance officer.
Like tomorrow?
Tomorrow, no, it's
Okay.
not tomorrow, but once you receive your order.
Okay, once I get the, okay.
Yeah, once you get in the mail, at that point, I think you have within 14 days from the date that the executive director signs that order to contact the board and meet with your assigned officer. So I'm assuming once you get the order, just go ahead and call and get that name and then schedule your meeting. Thank you. Any
Thank
questions?
y'all. No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Y'all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Call up the next matter on the docket, case number 2023-0925 involving licensing Marshall Morgan. The license number is R-882744. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record.
Janie Clinton, Orion.
Dr. Melissa King, nurse practitioner.
Carly Walker, LPN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
Is the licensee, Mr. Marshall Morgan, present?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Marshall, are you represented by counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
And please state your name for the record.
Doug Mercier.
This proceeding is recorded and transcribed by a court reporter. You see her there. So at this time, I'll ask her to swear in testifying witnesses. So if you're gonna give testimony today, please state your name so that the court reporter can swear you in.
Marshall Morgan?
Oshina Jones.
Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that exhibits B1 through B27 be entered into evidence today on behalf of the board.
Objections, Mr. Mercier?
No objections.
The records are admitted into today's record. Mr.
Your Honor,
Mercier-
I have a secondary preliminary matter.
Okay,
I would additionally request the records be sealed to protect health information, patient information contained in those records.
any objection to that request, Mr. Mercier?
We joined in that motion.
The records are admitted under seal.
And then I have one last preliminary matter. It's a motion to amend the complaint. There was a clerical error in the facts that said, that reads 115 narcotics. It should say 110. There's not an objection. That would be my motion, just to correct that complaint, to make that 5-0.
Your response, Mr. Mercier?
If you give me just one moment, I cross-referenced that with the actual document. Ian, you remember which one that was?
Yes, so 8 is the complaint, and then on,
I mean,
The-
there's a place in here where they went over the count.
yes, I'll
It's in the statistics thing, the outlier.
I just gotta find it. Here it is. It is on page 43, I believe.
No objection.
The motion is granted. The complaint is amended as requested. If the parties are ready to proceed, we can begin now with opening statements.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here today for disciplinary hearing before the board panel related to the nursing license of Mr. Marshall Morgan. Mr. Morgan was first licensed as an RN in Mississippi in 2009, and today you will hear testimony that he has been charged with 3 violations of the nursing practice law related to his behavior in August and September of 2023 while he was employed at Merit Health in Natchez. Specifically, the evidence today will show that Mr. Morgan was suspected of diversion after dispensing practice reports showed that he had dispensed 110 doses of narcotics in 15 days in August of 2023, and that he had dispensed 62 narcotics in 8 days in September of 2023. The evidence will further show that Mr. Morgan additionally admitted to having diverted Dilaudid from the hospital where he worked. Thank you.
Mr. Mercier?
Thank you. Mr. Morgan had surgery a few months earlier. He was given narcotics, including Dilaudid, during that surgery or post-surgery. At the time that this occurred, he was confronted and he was threatened with his job. He was told he could keep his job if he would admit to something that might show up on the test that he was going to take. He got scared, wanted to keep his job because he knew something was going to show up or thought it was going to show up because of all the medications he took post-surgery. So he told them that yes, he had taken something from the hospital, Dilaudid, is what he said. But he did that in order to keep his job. It was a panic situation. He did not take anything from the hospital. His drug test came back negative for Dilaudid. He's not failed the drug test for any of these matters. He was tested both with a hair test and a urine test, and both of them came back negative for Dilaudid. We're here to show you that this case shouldn't, in this case, you should not find him guilty of any sort of diversion or, as stated in the complaint. Misappropriation of medications, taking, possessing, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including himself, other than as directed. The facts will show that there is no evidence to support that he was diverting or stealing the Lauded or any other medication. As a matter of fact, he had prescriptions from doctors because of a fusion he has in his lower back. And we'll be able to get into that and discuss it more in his medications.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. If you're ready, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Hoshina Jones. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Oshina Jones, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked at the board of nurse?
12 years.
And what are your duties at the board?
Is to obtain information after a complaint has come in and to request for records pertaining to the complaint.
So it's to investigate.
Yes, to investigate any complaints that comes into the Board of Nursing.
And is your job title? What is your job title?
Investigator.
Please turn to what has been marked as B2, and that's on page 3. And identify that document, please.
A computer printout of the licensure
And who is this for?
for Marshall Morgan,
And what's that address listed there?
837 Breckenridge.
And is this the address that he has listed in his gateway?
Yes.
But please turn to page 5 and identify that document.
Page 5 is the Mississippi licensure verification
For who?
for Mr. Marshall Morgan.
And can you tell us his number and type of license?
It's a RN license 882744.
And what's his status currently?
His status is administrative inactive.
And what was the date it was first issued?
License first issue date was June the 18th, 2009.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B5, and that's on page 7. And could you identify that document, please?
B5 is a complaint proof of service.
Is this, what is this document? Who is it addressed to?
It is addressed to Marshall Morgan,
And what's the date of this document?
October the 19th, 2023.
And what does it inform Mr. Morgan?
Inform him of a date or hearing.
Okay. If you would, please turn to page 8 and identify that document, please.
Page 8 is the complaint,
Who's the respondent listed on this complaint?
Mr. Marshall Morgan.
And if you would, please tell us, looking at page 9, what the date of the complaint is. Or what the date the complaint was issued.
October the 19th, 2023.
If you would, please turn to page 10 and identify that document.
Page 10 is the order of suspending license,
And on what date was the license suspended?
October the 19th, 2023.
And who's the respondent listed on this order?
Marshall Morgan.
If you would, please look at pages 11 and 12. Could you identify what that document is?
Yes, it's a certified return copy of a.
Well, can you tell us who it's addressed to?
Oh, it's addressed to Marshall Morgan at 837 Breckenridge Lane, Brookhaven, Mississippi, 39601.
And does it have the same number that we see listed on the notice of hearing that's on page 7?
Yes,
Same tracking number, I should have said.
yes, the track.
And is it also sent to the address that you previously testified the board has on file in Mr. Morgan's gateway?
Yes.
Let's go back to page 8 that you previously identified as the complaint. Could you tell us what the charges are against Mr. that are listed there against Mr. Morgan today?
Yes, charge 1 is the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-8, in that respondent has misappropriated any medication. Charge 2, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L or I, and that respondent engages in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2820 R 1.2H.
Could you please tell us what additional facts are listed in the complaint related to these charges? Actually, I'm sorry, go ahead and finish
Okay,
three.
charge
I'm
three.
ahead of the
We
game.
can't hear you very well.
Okay, I'll try to speak up.
You can't hear.
I can hear you, Mrs. Sheena's just hard.
It's me? Oh, I'll
Oh,
speak
okay,
louder.
then.
I've never been accused of that before. Okay,
Charge 3, respondent violated. I can read a little faster for you, okay. Respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 731529(1)(I), in that respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed in violation 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820 R 1.2R.
and could you tell us what additional facts are listed in the complaint?
Yes, on or about September the 22nd, 2023, respondent, while employed as a RN at Merit Health Natchez, submitted to a reasonable suspicious drug screen after suspected of drug diversion. This was reported based on respondent having dispensed 110 narcotics in 15 days in August of 2023. Upon submitting to the drug screen, respondent disclosed that he had taken the following substance from which he did not have a current legal and valid prescription. Had dilaudid in the hospital doing surgery and whatever else I was given for anesthesia, May 2023. In an email to Suzanne Stead dated September the 26th, 2023, Steed. Respondent admitted that he did take dilaudid from the hospital on or about September 29th, 2023. The drug screen returned as negative.
After you received information related to this alleged event, did your division investigate the allegation?
Yes.
And if you would briefly summarize what your investigation showed related to Mr. Morgan.
What the investigation showed.
Mhm.
Upon the obtaining the records that was requested. And the statement shows the admission of respondent admitting to taking dilaudid from the facility.
I'm sorry. Could you tell me where he was employed when he made that admission?
Merit Health Natchez.
And do you know what position or what area of the hospital Mr. Morgan worked in at the time?
ICU.
And did you have an opportunity during your investigation to discuss this matter with Mr. Morgan?
I not sure how I did it, but I think I called him or maybe a letter was sent to him. And we did have a phone conversation. And I advised him that I needed to meet with him to discuss what Merit Health Natchez reported. Mr. Morgan replied that he was not coming to talk to me without a lawyer.
But during that investigation, were you able to obtain other documents?
Yes.
You would please turn to B7, and that's on page 16. And identify that document, please.
B7.
B7, page 16.
Fitness for duty, reasonable suspicious testing checklist.
For what employee?
Mr. Marshall Morgan.
And what was the time that this was completed?
Times 18:30.
On what
2
date?
hours. September the 21st, 2023.
And what was the reason that this drug screen was being requested? Can you tell me what was checked?
Yes, the disappearance from work area, failure to follow substance policy, and pharmacy key indicators outliner.
And what does it say under provide specific information to clarify your observation? What is listed?
It says, please see attached pharmacy diversion report.
Please turn to page 43. and identify that document.
Order 3 will be the dispensing practice report from the Omnicell.
And what does this report list as the total number of doses that were pulled by Mr. Morgan?
The total doses was 110,
And how many days?
15.
And what is this report? What time frame is this report for?
This report is for August
Of what year?
2023.
And for comparison purposes, what's the next highest total of doses pulled by another employee during this time?
That will be the 55,
Or the
Doses.
next highest?
the next highest, the 68,
And how many days?
20 days.
And then what's the next highest?
The next highest is 55 for 14 days.
And if you would, please turn to page 44 and identify that document.
Omnicell dispensing practice report.
And please tell us what this indicates related to Mr. Morgan in September of 2023.
It shows that Mr. Morgan total doses of pulling was 62 in 8 days.
And I believe this also shows another employee that pulled a similar number. Could you tell me what that number is?
That number looks like 63,
But how many days
17.
over a 17-day period?
Yes.
And what was the date range for this dispensing practices report?
This one from, range date is from August the 31st, 2023 to September the 30th, 2023.
So in both August and September of 2023, Mr. Morgan had the most narcotics pulled for those both months. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please turn to exhibit B8, and that's going to be on page, let me find it. 17.
Okay.
Could you tell me what 17 through 34 is?
That will be the transactions pulled by Marsha Morgan, on the Omnicell report.
And what is the date range for this report?
This one starts from August the 2nd, 2023. And it's like they stopped from September the 18th, 2023.
So, and if you would look at page 17 on that very top part, midway through the page, it gives a date.
August the 1st, 2023 to September the 30th, 2023.
And this details the narcotic pulls that Mr. Morgan had for that time period.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to turn to page 46 and identify what that document is. It's B11.
46, B11 is the time card for respondent.
And what's the date of this time card?
This time card is from August the 1st, 2023 to August the 31st, 2023.
And does this show the shifts he worked in August of 23?
Yes, the time clocks in and clock out.
Okay, and if you would please turn to the next page, page 48, and identify that document.
Page 48 is another clock in and clock out schedule.
For
dated
who?
For Marsha Morgan, dated September the 1st, 2023 to September the 30th, 2023.
And could you tell us what the last date is that he worked in September?
September the 22nd.
And when did he clock in?
He clocked in at 7:05
And when did he clock out?
and he clocked out at 7:59.
So he was only there for approximately 54 minutes
Yes,
per the timesheet.
per this record.
And if you would please turn to page 14 and identify that document, please.
Page 14 is the consent to provide a specimen for drug screening.
Was this signed by Mr. Morgan?
Yes,
On what date?
September the 22nd, 2023.
That same day that we just talked about on the timesheet?
Yes.
Okay. Did he consent to a drug test on this date?
Yes.
Okay. And how did he respond to disclosure of prescriptions?
Had Dilaudid in the hospital doing surgery on and whatever else I was given for, and what is it, anesthesia or operation or surgeries of May of 2023.
Are any of the prescription medications listed?
Is in,
Are any other prescription medications
No.
listed there?
no,
And was this document also witnessed?
yes,
Is Dilaudid what respondent later stated that he took from Merit Natchez?
yes,
Did he submit to that specimen? Do you know?
yes, he consent for the specimen.
Okay. Please turn to page 13 and identify that document.
13 is the test results of the drug screen.
And could you tell me how he tested for amphetamines,
Negative,
opioids,
negative,
oxycodones?
negative.
And could you tell me what conditions, comments are listed on this drug screen?
Yes, the conditions, comments is verified prescriptions for the amphetamines, the hydrocodone, and the oxycodone.
And could you also tell us what type of test, drug test this was?
13 screen panel.
Well, just what type of
Oh,
test
it's a
it
5-panel
was?
hair with expanded opiates, 99709.
And if you would, please turn to page 45, and that's exhibit B10. Do not state any of these patients' names out loud, but could you just identify what this document is?
Assigned patient list.
And what does this list do?
This list just give you the patient's name of those that he was assigned to.
And does it also provide their number
Yes,
that corresponds to each patient?
yes.
Okay, if you turn back to exhibit B9 on page 35. Please identify this document.
B5. You said B9, I'm sorry. B9 is a facility report, which it has a summary of the breakdown of pools from the Army SEAL.
So this is what's the title on B9? What's this called?
Proactive Diversion Report, September 2023.
Okay, so what I'd like you to do is just use initials. Would you please, we're gonna walk through this just briefly. Could you tell us what is listed for patient DB on 9/4? What the summary report shows?
Oh, okay. A now order of Dilaudid 1 milligram IV push, that's what you want, was entered in a verbal order in addition to the patient's 2 milligram Dilaudid order, which she received every 3 hours on 9/4/2023 at the following time: 10:24, 13:24, 16:12. 18:09 was the now order for 1 milligram.
And could you tell me what a now order is?
A now order is to give it right then and there.
So is that in addition to what is already documented as needed?
Yes.
And then if you would, again, using initials, please read to us what that next entry is in this report.
Okay, so a now order of Dilaudid, a 2 milligram push, was entered as a verbal order in addition to the patient's 2 milligram Dilaudid order, which she received every 3 hours on 9/5/23 at the following times: 07:30, 10:27, 13:29, 16:43, 15:54 was a now order for 2 milligrams.
And again, What is a now order?
There's an order that patient needs to receive that right then and there.
In addition to the other in addition to the other times it was administered?
Right.
And if you would, please turn back to page 29 of what you previously identified as the Omnicell full report or the transaction detail report.
Yes.
If you would look at page 29 for patient DB, is there anything unusual that you notice on that page during his pulls?
Line, which one's on 9-5?
Yes, on 9-5 for any of those pulls on 9-5.
For one of the 9-5 was the wrong being open during issue of return.
And then what happened at 1438?
And then at 1438, there was a forced entry detected.
What about 1547?
That was a forced entry detected.
What about 1630?
Forced entry detected.
What about 1318?
Forced entry detected.
Let's return to page 35.
Okay.
And we're going to continue with patient AR. Could you tell us what the summary shows for patient AR?
The
What
patient,
doses were?
yes, the patient had an order of Dilaudid 1 milligram IV push every 2 hours as needed for pain. The dose were given on 9/9/23 at the following times: 08:34, 11:06, 14:24, 16:36, 18:36. The weights for the 2 doses were combined and wasted together with a nurse witness on the 4 South unit at 19:12 hours.
And is that reflected on page 31? The waste you just described. At 1912 hours.
I'm looking at it, got to make sure. Partial dose, witness. Yes.
Okay, let's go back to page 36.
Okay.
And again, we're on the second page of the diversion report from September. Could you tell us what the summary was for patient RH?
RH, the patient had an order for Dilaudid 0.5 milligrams IV push every 4 hours on September 10th, 2023. And it was given at the following times: 07:32, 08:38. A now dose order was entered for 0.5 milligrams on 9/10/23 at 08:31 and given at 08:38 and 11:37. 12:54, a now order was entered for 1 milligram on 9/10/2023 at 12:51. Again, given at 12:54. 17:01, a now order was entered for 0.5 milligrams on September 10th, 2023 at 16:47 and given at 17:01. The order was changed to give 1 milligram every 4 hours IV push on September 10th, 2023 to begin at 15:37. It was documented as given on September 10th, 2023 at 15:31. In addition to the now orders for the patient, the waste of 3 milligrams was combined and witnessed. The Omnicell at 11:02, another combination waste of 5 milligrams were combined and witnessed in the Omnicell at 17:11 for the patient RH.
And if you would you tell us the summary listed for patient TW?
Patient TW had 2 separate now phone orders entered for the patient on September 10th, 2023 at the following times: 14:02, 0.5 milligrams. At 14:42 hours, he had 0.5 milligrams. The doses documented given by the nurse for the 0.5 milligram IV push every 3 hours as needed for pain are at the following times: 16:48 on September the 13th, 2023, 07:34 hours on September the 14th, 2023, again on September 14th, 2023 at 10:48, again September the 14th, 2023 at 14:09, again September the 14th, 2023 at 17:57.
And then lastly, what is listed for patient SH?
For patient SA, summary dilaudid doses of 1 milligram IV push are documented on September the 14th at the following times: 07:59, 10:12, order change from ER doctor to hospitalist for ED whole patient does remain the same, taken as a phone order at 09:56 on September 14th, 2023, 15:01. 16:21, a now dose was entered as a verbal order at 16:08 hours on September 14th, 2023, and documented given at 16:21. The waste of the 2 milligram combined for the last 2 doses on September the 14th, 2023, and witnessed in the Omnicell on September the 14th at 17:41.
Okay, if you go to page 37, as this report continues, and just tell us what that first paragraph there says.
Pharmacy runs a proactive diversion report each month. Nurses that shows a standard deviation above average of 3 or higher are audited. Marsha Morgan has been on this report several times this year. 98 to 100% of his narcotic removals each month are documented as administered. We typically consider of 98% and higher to be acceptable. However, he gives considerably more narcotics than any other nurse in August. He dispensed 110 narcotics over the course of 15 days. The only other nurse that came close to the dispense of 68 narcotics, but over a course of 20 days. Due to this pattern, we decided to look more closely at him. 2 circumstances we found suspicious this month.
Okay, so in that first sentence that you read, the pharmacy report, when they show a standard deviation of above what, they're audited.
Above, Morgan's been several times, above 98 to 100%.
No, the standard deviation in that first sentence.
The standard
that you read.
deviation is above average of 3 or higher.
And if you would you turn back to page 43 and tell us what the standard deviation was for Mr. Morgan in August of 2023?
43, August of 2023.
Mhm. The number of standard deviations above average.
His was standard deviation is a 1.34. With the average doses of transactions.
The number of standard deviations above average. That's listed for Mr. Morgan.
The 1.34.
No, just for Mr. Morgan.
Oh, just for Mr. Morgan,
Mhm.
110.
That's the total number of doses. Could you tell us the number of standard deviations above average for Mr. Morgan as you go along that line?
Average 4.29. Oh, I'm sorry, for his.
No,
I
for
got the
Mr.
fact
Morgan.
For Mr. Morgan. 3.55.
Okay, and then if you go to page 44 and tell us what the number of standard deviations above average was for September of 2023 for Mr. Morgan.
That will be 5.35.
So both those numbers are above 3, is that correct?
Yes,
And that's the reason they run the proactive diversion report?
yes.
Now, if you would just read that bullet point to us for just a second, that was under the paragraph where you just stopped. I'm sorry, page 37. That helps. I'll tell everyone the page
Yeah,
number, 37.
Okay. His patients will also receive pain medication as frequently as allowed for his shift. Then none will be given until he returns, sometimes days later.
Okay, so on page 37, we see some administration records for patient LS. Is that correct? That's the EMR
Yes,
excerpt. If you would turn over to page 39. And is this also for patient LS? Does that patient number correspond to what we discussed earlier? And I think it was exhibit B10. I'm on page 39, and I'm asking if it's patient LS's records, which I believe B10. I just got to find the page on B10, sorry. Okay, so B10 is on page 45. Kind of hold your spot there and then look at 39 as well. So does the patient number correspond to patient LS?
yes.
Okay, and could you tell me who administered Dilaudid to patient LS on August the 17th?
Marsha Morgan,
And was there any Dilaudid given to patient LS by anyone working on on August the 18th, 19th, or 20th?
no, those dates are not here, so he didn't receive anything.
Okay, then on August the 21st, who administered Dilaudid to patient LS?
Lord A,
And if you would, go down to August 22nd. Who last gave Dilaudid to patient LS on that date?
it looks like Boyd E,
No, on 8/22/2023. 2023.
August 22nd, 2023.
Mhm. The last entry for that date.
Marsha Morgan,
Okay, and did anyone administer pain medicine on August 23rd or 24th to patient LS?
not according to this.
So no pain medicines were given, or at least Dilaudid was not given to patient LS on August 18th, 19th, or 20th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and let's go back to page 46 and look at August 18th, 19th, and 20th. Was Mr. Morgan working on those days?
You said what dates? 18th?
August the 18th, 19th, and 20th.
No, he was not working those days.
So this patient had no medication, no Dilaudid while he wasn't working, is that correct?
Yes,
If you flip back to page 46 and you look at August the 23rd and 24th, was Mr. Morgan working that day?
23rd, 24th, no, he was not working.
So this patient didn't receive pain medicine on the days that he was
Off.
not off. Yes.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's not scheduled.
But when Mr. Morgan worked, he was regularly given pain medicines.
Yes,
Is that- So is the diversion report what ultimately caused Mr. Morgan's employer to request a reasonable suspicion drug screen?
yes,
And I believe you testified previously that he gave that specimen on 9/22/2023. Is that correct?
yes.
And if you stay on page 48, can you tell us when the last time Mr. Morgan worked prior to the 22nd of September?
The last day prior to it, looks like the last day was September the 18th. No, September the 18th, yeah.
And then how many days was it before the 18th, before he worked again? Or I'm sorry, how many days previous was it that he worked from the 18th?
September 14th.
So from the 14th until the 22nd, he only worked on the 14th and the 18th, correct?
The 14 and 18, correct? 15, 16, and 17 off.
So let's go back to page 51. Or go to page 51. Could you identify that for us, please?
Employee counsel and disciplinary action notice,
And what's the date of that notice?
September the 22nd, 2023.
And did Mr. Morgan sign this notice?
Appear to be yes.
And what does it state under discussion?
Suspicions for drug diversion was reported by pharmacy when over 100 narcotics have been dispensed over a course of 15 days. Further investigation showed that a patient would receive pain meds primarily on his shift and sometimes none until he returns. Hospital staff often reported noticing him not to be in his assigned work area and strolling through other areas of the hospital.
And what was the corrective action recommended at that time?
Staff will be placed on investigative suspension without pay until test results are returned to the facility. And the facility will contact staff once results are received.
If you would, please turn to pages 52 and 53 and identify what those documents are.
52 and 53 looks like an email correspondence
Between who and who?
between Lakeitha Davis, which is risk management, and with Sue, who is the Director of Infectious Prevention, Employees Health.
And is there another email that's listed on this as well, on this email chain?
What's Lakeitha? Marshall. Yeah, Marshall Morgan.
And what's the date of Marshall Morgan's email?
September the 26th, 2023.
Could you read that to us?
Marshall, thank you for sharing this with me. As per our conversation, I am sharing this with AI and Kiki. Thank you, Sue. On September 26th, 2023 at 12:19, Marshall Morgan. Miss Susan, this is Marshall. I wanted to disclose to y'all that I did take Dilaudid from the hospital. And I was so nervous that day, I could barely talk. I'm sorry. Please call me at 601-757-1857, sent from my iPhone.
So Mr. Morgan's email said that I did take Dilaudid from the hospital.
Check the form. It's already been asked and answered as well.
I'll rephrase.
Okay,
What did the email say that Mr. Morgan took from the hospital?
Dilaudid.
If you would, please turn to page 50 and identify that document, please.
50 document is a disciplinary report. Employee counsel disciplinary action notice.
Who is the employee on this report?
Marshall Morgan,
And what's the date?
September the 28th, 2023.
And could you tell us what is listed under discussion?
Discussion, Mr. Morgan admitted via email that he took Dilaudid from the hospital. It was explained to Mr. Morgan that he has 24 hours to self-report to the Mississippi State Board of Nursing, after which hospital chief nursing officer will report to the Board of Nursing. Termination effective 9/28/2023.
And did he sign this termination form or this disciplinary action notice?
No. I don't see it, no. Huh? Yes, it is. Signature of employee of receipt date, September the 28th, 2023, appear to be Marshall Morgan.
And if you would, please turn to page 65. And identify what this group of records is under B14.
Medical records,
From where?
geriatric, psychiatric,
And did you obtain those during the course of your investigation?
yes.
Could you tell us what is listed on page 65?
In-house drug screen urine for Marshall Morgan,
And what is the date of this urine drug screen?
September oh, no, that's his birthday. Oh, okay. This one is March the 20th, 2023.
And what were the results of this drug screen?
This drug screen results appear to be some negatives and some positives here. Positive for amphetamines, positive for oxy.
And what provider ordered this drug screen?
What provider
Mhm.
requested this drug screen?
Yes.
Is that John Richardson, MD?
And so that was in March of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
If you would look at page 68 of these records, we're not going to go through each and every one of them.
Which one?
Page 68.
Okay.
Do you know whether Mr. Morgan has been in any pain management program previously?
Yes.
And
Yes,
then,
yes,
oh, okay, sorry.
yes.
And then if you would, please turn to page 92 of these records.
92.
Mhm.
Okay.
Can you tell us what this document is?
Telephone message.
Could you tell us what the message is, the date and time, and what the communication was?
The date is 5/16/2023 at 3:38. Employee Chris Mitchell. Communication comment, Mr. Morgan called stating his mother washed his pain medication and was ruined. He received oxycodone 20 milligram 90 from Dr. Cook on 5/4/2023. The patient stated his medication that was washed and ruined. He received Norco 10/325/30 from Dr. Lewis on 5/15/2023 as his post-operative medication. The patient states he still has this pain, he still had this medication, but it is not helping. I explained that we are unable to fill the medication that Dr. Cook is writing. I encouraged the patient to call Dr. Cook's office to see what could be done. He voiced understanding.
Thank you. And if you would turn to page 119. Would you please identify that document?
Page 119 is a what we call a PMP, prescription monitoring profile
For who?
for Marshall Morgan.
And what's the date range for this PMP?
This date range for this one is February the 2nd, 2021 till February the 2nd, 2024.
And what is listed under additional risk factors in the middle of this PMP?
Additional risk factors, indicators too. 5 opiates or sedatives provided in any year in the last 2 years. 100 medications total and 40 average.
Okay, so it says greater than or equal to 5 opioid or sedative providers in any year in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And it also says greater than 100 MMEs total and 40
Yes.
MMEs per day on average.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about this just for a minute. When you look at his PMP, could you tell us the two medications that are filled regularly here?
On a regular basis? Looks like, have some Adderall, some oxycodone, some gabapentin.
And does it appear that he's been getting these medications for pretty regularly for some time?
Yes.
And if you could go all the way back to the beginning of this PMP on February the 3rd, 2021, could you tell us what was prescribed then? Go back to the very beginning of the range for this PMP on February the 3rd, 2021, and tell us what was prescribed then. It'd be on page 122, the end of the PMP.
122, page 122.
Mhm.
And you want February to what?
3rd, 2022, 21, sorry.
Okay, you have oxycodone on, date field.
Okay, and if you would flip back to the beginning of the PMP, on page 120, what was filled on 1/11/24?
One 11/24.
It's on page 120.
Whose date?
1/11, January 11th, 2024.
January 11th, 2024 was the oxycodone. 20
And-
milligram tablet, quantity 90, 30-day supply.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to turn to page 109, which is Exhibit B18.
Uh,
109.
Okay.
Could you identify this document?
109 is another prescription monitor profile, PMP.
And what's that date range?
This date range from October the 1st, 2021 to October 2023.
And again, on page 111, I'm going to ask you to go back to the beginning of this date range. Could you tell us what was filled on 10, I believe it's 05/21?
6 was like, you said 05. Oxycodone,
If you think it's a 6, just testify as what you think it is.
looks like a 6 to me, but okay, 10/6/21.
And during your investigations, you also obtained records from the pharmacy related to what was listed on this PMP?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn to B17. Give me a moment. I'm going to give you that page. Sorry.
I'm on.
Ms. Salzman, do you mind if we take a
Okay.
let's take a brief 5-minute recess and start, pick up there. We'll return back on the record at 3:40. Case number 2023-0925. I ask the members of the board hearing panel to state their names for the record.
Janie Clinton, Orion.
Melissa King.
Carly Walker. Right, and before we recessed, Ms. Salzman was examining her witness, so you can pick back up there.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Could you turn to page 108 and identify that document?
Downtown Homicide, the pharmacy, Brookhaven, Mississippi's prescription
For who?
for Morgan Marshall.
And what's the date range on this prescription?
This date range for this prescription,
I say prescription for this report.
January the 1st, 2022 to October the 5th, 2023.
And what has been typically filled at this location?
Adderall, brand name Adderall.
And do the records that you receive from Down Home Pharmacy, are they supported by the P&P we just discussed?
Yes.
And exhibit on page 119? No, just, are they consistent with what you found in 119?
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
And then if you would turn to page 123 and identify this document.
On 23.
Yes.
Okay, this is a patient prescription summary from Clint Pharmacy for Marsha Morgan. Range date is from 10/1/21 to 10/31/23.
If you would, let's turn over to page 133 and identify that document.
One 33 is a final order from the Mississippi Board of Nurses,
On what date?
dated February the 5th, 2019.
And who is the respondent listed on this final order?
Marsha Morgan.
If you would please turn to page 134 and tell us what happened in 2015. I believe that's described beginning in paragraph 2.
On or about December the 23rd, 2015, while employed at Southwest Mississippi Regional Medical Center, respondent signed out Lortab 5 milligram, 2 tablets for patient ER and did not document on the medication administration reconciliation MAR as having administered the medication, nor did respondent document as having wasted the medication.
If you would, read paragraph 3.
On or about December the 25th, 2015, a facility report evidenced several patients' complaints of not receiving ordered pain medication. Respondent was primary nurse, responsible for administration on or about December the 26th, 2015. Respondent was terminated from Southwest Mississippi Regional Medical Center in Macomb, Mississippi for failure to submit to a reasonable suspicion drug screen.
And if you would, read that next paragraph, paragraph 4.
On December the 5th, 2018, respondent submitted to a chemical dependent substance use disorder evaluation performed by a board approved assessor, the results of which was found respondent did not meet the criteria for the diagnosis of substance use disorder. Respondent submitted to a drug screen during his evaluation and the results of which were negative.
And in this document, did he agree to several stipulations? We won't go through them all, but including drug screening. He was placed on probation as part of this ASP.
on this order? When you reading it? Formal reprimand?
In the ASB we're discussing, was he placed on probation? And was he ordered to do
Yes.
several stipulations with the Board of Nursing at that time?
Yes.
And on page 139, was he ordered to do drug screens?
Demand drug screens, yes.
If you would, please turn to page 142 and identify what this document is.
142. This is a stipulations removed. Notice of board actions on license number 882744, Marshall Morgan, stipulations removed.
And when were those stipulations removed?
August the 26th, 2019.
If you would turn to page 143 and identify what this document is. That's exhibit B26.
B26 is the Mississippi Board of Nursing final order dated January 31st, 2011.
And if you would, please tell us who the respondent is that's listed on this order.
Marshall Morgan.
Okay. And if you would tell us just at the top of that, what the holding was related to this order, related to his license.
Restricted licensures for a minimum of 24 months with modified drug-related stipulations and fine.
And if you would, in looking at paragraph 3 on page 143, could you tell us in that last part what he admitted to doing at that time?
Okay, the respondent was engaged, is what you want?
In paragraph 3 on page 143, he engaged in what? You can finish.
Okay. Respondent has engaged in any unprofessional conduct identified by the board and its rules, more particularly chapter 2, 1.2 G, and that respondent misappropriated drugs, supplies, or equipment, specifically count A, on or about, that's what you want me to go? On or about 5/28/2010, respondent signed out 75 milligram Demerol from patient EH at 23:29 hours. Respondent documented as having administered the 75 milligram Demerol at 23:35 hours. Respondent admitted in his statement to the board that he administered the 25 milligram of Demerol to himself and 50 milligrams to the patient. Respondent then left the facility without advising anyone.
So this order again, if you look at page 151, was signed in what year?
151 was signed January 31st, 2011.
And if you would please turn to page 142 and identify what exhibit B27 is.
$142 is the B25.
B27, page 152.
B27 is removal of stipulations letter dated August the 1st, 2013.
And what is this, who is this addressed to?
It is addressed to Marshall Morgan.
And what is it informing Mr. Morgan?
This letter serves as a formal notification that you have completed the term for removal of stipulations placed on your license and privilege to practice as a registered nurse. Per your agreed order signed and dated January 31st, 2011. Effective August the 1st, 2013, your license / privileges to practice as a registered nurse become unencumbered with this board. Verification life status may be obtained via the Board of Nursing website.
And if you would, going back to page 5 that you previously identified as the license verification, can you tell us again when Mr. Morgan was first licensed as an RN in Mississippi? What year?
June the 18th, 2029.
And then Mr. Morgan had a final order in 2011?
Yes.
And then he had another final order in 2019?
Yes.
No further questions?
Any cross-examination, Mr. Mercier?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Jones,
Yes.
you were just asked a series of questions about orders from the past involving Marshall Morgan. What dates were those again? Not the date of each particular document, but the date of the occurrences, roughly the years.
Of what order?
The ones you were just asked about, you asked about an agreed order on page 143 and an agreed settlement proposal on page 134 and a final order on page 133.
Oh, 2011 and 2019?
Okay, so those 2 years, that's it?
That may be one I missed after I spoke on it. But I'm calling on my last two.
The reason I'm asking, because it sounded like there was a final order that was also involved with an agreed settlement proposal, but it made it sound like there were more final orders than there were.
Final order that was issued. Well, I'm finding one of the final orders on B24. That was executed February the 4th, 2019.
And what year was the other one? 2011?
2011.
Okay. As far as the order from 2011, Mr. Morgan was punished by the board in that order. He was disciplined, correct?
Yes, this is, yes.
And in the other order, the agreed settlement proposal on page 134 and the final order on page 133, Mr. Morgan accepted punishment from the board as well, correct?
Yes.
What is the relevancy of those past final orders to the allegations today of misappropriation?
You're asking what now?
What's the relevancy?
Drug related?
Drug related.
Yes.
Okay. But you're not saying that because he was punished by the board in the past, that means he did something that he's accused of doing in this case. You're not saying that makes him guilty automatically.
According to these orders?
Correct.
You agreed to these orders and signed them?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're not saying because he was punished in the past, that automatically means that he's guilty of what he's been alleged to have done in the complaint today.
No.
In all of these orders that you've looked at, in all of the medical records that you've looked at, all of the drug tests that you've looked at in your investigation, how many drug tests did Mr. Morgan fail?
Failed because of what?
Well, let me just ask you this way. In how many drug tests was Mr. Morgan tested positive for a drug that he had not been prescribed by a medical provider licensed to prescribe it?
All of his drug screens was negative for those that.
So he has not been positive for anything other than what he's been prescribed medications.
That's correct.
All right. So based on his drug screens, there's no evidence of abuse by him. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
You were asked some questions a little while ago about pharmacy record. I believe it was page 108. Did you turn to that?
Yes,
And it's for Down Home Pharmacy, Brookhaven.
that's correct.
Do you know where Marshall Morgan lives?
He lives in Brookhaven.
Okay. Is there anything wrong with Marshall Morgan going to a pharmacy in Brookhaven to get his prescription filled?
Not at all.
If you would, look at the PMP on page 119.
Okay.
How many prescriptions for the lauded do you see on that PMP?
None.
And if you will look at the last page under the providers, page 122,
Yes.
I see that multiple providers there have the same address, and that would appear they're in the same practice. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Do you have any information that indicates that any of these medical providers listed on page 122 did not properly, in the ordinary scope of their legitimate practice, prescribe the medications in this PMP to Marshall Morgan?
What's the question again?
In other words, do you have any information that indicates that these medical providers prescribed these medications to Marshall Morgan illegitimately,
No,
or that there was not a need for the medications?
I have no reason to think that.
Right. So we normally take the word for the medical provider that the patient needs the medication that the medical provider prescribes, correct? You have nothing to dispute that.
No.
Do you know Mr. Morgan's medical history?
No.
The PMP demonstrates a lot of medications, oxycodone. I think I saw some tramadol, some, I think I can't remember what else I saw on here. Several medications for pain. But you don't know his medical history from your investigation?
No.
What is the predominant narcotic that you see on the PMP, which is B22, page 119?
See a lot of, we'll say Adderall and oxycodone. And gabapentin.
Do you know what medical condition any of those are being prescribed to treat by the medical providers?
No.
Do you know if Marshall Morgan is taking those under the direction and prescription of his physicians?
I can't contest to that.
You were asked some questions about drug screen on page 65. If you would turn there.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know why this thing's doing that. Y'all hear me if I do this? Can you still hear me?
I can.
Pretty loud. All right, on page 65, that is a drug screen from the date of March the 20th, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is the purpose of your
including this in your investigation materials?
Just to show the pattern of the narcotics that's on his PMP.
All right. When you say pattern, what do you mean?
Just to show the drugs that he's been tested for and comparing them with your prescription profile.
Okay. All right. But you'll agree with me that March the 20th, 2023 is not the date of the alleged occurrence in the complaint in this matter today.
That's correct.
So on that document on page 65, he tested positive for amphetamine, right?
Yes,
And he was prescribed Adderall by his doctors, right?
that's correct.
So you know, that's not surprising, right?
That's right.
And he was also tested positive for oxy, correct?
That's correct.
And again, he was prescribed that by his doctor, so it's not surprising.
Yes.
Let's look back at the complaint, which is B5.
Okay.
Now, the complaint has been amended. But would you read that first line in the last paragraph of the complaint? If you can read the amended 115 and 110.
You want me to read on or about?
Yes, please.
September the 22nd, 2023, responded while employed as an RN at Merit Health, Natchez, submitted to a reasonable suspicious drug screen after suspected diversion was reported based upon respondent having dispensed 110 narcotics in 15 days in August of 2023.
Okay. So the allegation is about 1 month, right?
Yes,
1 month, August. Do you know how many months Mr. Morgan worked there?
how many months did he work there?
Right.
No.
Okay. The reason I asked is because a lot of this is about statistics. So we're talking about 1 out of 24 months. So when you figure that into the other statistics of the outlier, you look at all the other months and everybody else, it's really kind of like looking at a baseball team and who was hitting in a slump that month. Every month, somebody's going to be higher and somebody's going to be at the bottom. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
Now, do you know how many pills a day it is if you take 110 and divide it by 15?
do it divide.
I didn't math.
Okay, and what is it? Yes.
If you do 7 pills a day times 15 days, that's 105. So you're five short. So it's like 7.1 pills a day, somewhere right around 7 pills a day. Does that sound like a whole lot to you?
7 pills a day
Yeah,
for 15 days?
Somebody's working a whole shift in the ICU. That sound like a lot for PRN medication?
No.
Doesn't read. Let's look at B7. Oh, wait, excuse me. Look at page 10, which is part of 5. That's an order suspending license. And just for the record, this order is dated October 19th, 2023, suspending Marshall Morgan's license, correct?
Yes,
So we're coming up on 4 months on the 19th of this month, correct?
yes,
Whether he's guilty or innocent, he had to practice for 4 months.
that's correct.
let's look at B7, page 16.
Okay,
All right, this is the fitness for duty reasonable suspicion testing checklist dated, it says 9/21/23 up there. What was the date that Marshall Morgan was drug tested?
the day he was drug tested it was collected September the 22nd, 2023.
All right, so it was the day after this.
Right,
All right, let's look at this document. Now, it has some check marks here that supposedly substantiate the reason for this. This is a checklist. The first one under behavior says what?
disappearance from work area.
So where's the documentation of where Mr. Morgan was supposed to be and how long he was gone from that area and who the witnesses were?
That's not included in this.
They didn't provide that to you.
No,
All right, let's look on the other side there. The other two check marks is one that says under medication administration handling discrepancy. It says failure to follow substance policies. See that?
yes,
And the other one, it says pharmacy key indicators outlier. Is that right?
yes,
There's nothing else on this list.
nothing else.
We already know that he passed a drug test, both the hair test and the urine.
Correct.
All right, so let's look at failure to follow substance policies. Let's look at, let's see, mine says page 4, no, let's see, hang on, I think it's number 13. That's gonna be B13, page 56. All right, you there?
Yes, controlled substance accountability of waste policy.
Yes, okay. When you went through on B9, maybe we should do that first, or we'll take it out of order. When you went through the patients on B9, the omniscient report, I made a little list of each one of them. So could you tell me what policies on B13 that Mr. Morgan violated? Because as I read it, I don't see that he violated anything.
Within these policies, I don't see where the violation is. Waste was done properly in the documentation.
Right, that's my point. The waste was done properly. Even though it was a combination waste, it was always witnessed, always done according to their policy.
Correct.
If a nurse has to wait on another nurse to witness, doesn't it make sense that they're gonna accumulate more than just one waste at a time? If they're busy seeing patients,
It's a possibility.
we certainly, you can't waste without a witness, right?
You're not supposed to.
Right. All right, let's look at the next little check mark there on B7. It says pharmacy key indicators outliers. And that's page 43.
Okay,
It looks to me like on this list for the month of August, Marshall Morgan is number 3 on the list or doses per transaction day. Agree with that?
Yes, he's
Okay.
number 3.
All right. So Casey Dillon is higher, and so is Alice White. Do you know if there was the same type of action brought against those two individuals as against Marshall Morgan? in the
Objection,
third place?
objection, Your Honor. Ms. Hope Jones cannot talk about any possible pending investigations before this board. If she has an open case, or if the board has an open case, we cannot discuss that.
Well,
That's your question, Mr. Mercier?
I'm not asking if she has an open case. If you have an open case, you can refuse to answer, and I think you should. But I'm simply asking you if you're aware if the facility brought action against these two people,
I think
not the board.
And I thought, that's how I understood the question. So, do you still maintain your objection?
yes.
The objection is overruled, and, you can answer that question if you know the answer to it. Related to, open investigation by the facility
Correct. I'm only asking about the facility, not the board.
that you have, acquired during the course of this investigation that, showed or indicated the facility opened up an investigation against two people during, and solely during your investigation. Does that make sense? The question makes sense to you?
Right.
Does that question make sense?
Say again. That air, yeah.
So the, I think he's not asking whether or not the board opened an investigation against the individuals he named. I believe his question is whether or not during, the board's investigation of this matter, that I presume is closed at this point, whether or not, you have any records that indicate the hospital investigation against employees he actually.
So I don't know what the hospital opened up.
Me to his question.
So to your knowledge, there was no action taken by the hospital against those two people that had more doses per transaction day than Marshall Morgan.
I can't advise on that. I
You
can't
have no
give it-
knowledge.
I have no knowledge. I can't say a yes or no. I don't know.
Based upon your investigation, out of the 2 years that Marshall Morgan worked at this facility, how many other months was he one of the top 3 in doses per transaction day?
For this month of August,
No.
you're talking?
Any other month other than August for the 2 years he worked there?
It looks like again, they got them for September, right?
I don't know, I'm asking
Yes.
you.
So September,
All I see
according
in
to the
here-
dispense,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
according to the dispense practice, report, it show August and September
All right, so you're saying August and September.
of 2023.
All right. Anything else?
Not based on these records, based on what I have here.
And you'd agree with me that every month statistics are gonna change.
Yes, it is.
But that doesn't make somebody guilty just because they have prescribed more narcotics than anybody else.
That they have administered more narcotics than
I said
others.
prescribed, I meant administered, correct. That doesn't make them guilty, does it?
Not for that. Not exactly that.
You said you were aware of the floor that Marshall Morgan worked. And you said that was ICU, right?
That's correct.
Do you know? You know how many other nurses work the same shift that Marshall Morgan did?
Same shift?
Correct.
No.
Do you know which shift he worked?
Look like he worked the 7A to 7P.
Based upon your knowledge and experience, do patients generally ask for more medication when they're awake or when they're asleep?
when they're awake.
Look at page 14, which is part of B6.
Okay,
In the middle of the page, there's some handwriting by Mr. Morgan that says, had the lauded in hospital during surgery and whatever else I was given for anesthesia, I guess it says, May 2023. Did I read that correct?
yes,
When you pulled the medical records for Marshall Morgan from that surgery in May of 2023, what medications did it disclose that he had been given post-surgery and during surgery?
where's that record?
I'm asking you.
You asked me, did I pull a record for this?
I'm asking you if that was part of your investigation.
It would have been part of my investigation if he would have come in and I have him to sign a release waiver form in order for me to obtain his personal medical records.
But isn't it true that this board has the power to subpoena records without the consent of a nurse?
They do.
Yes. So my question is, we don't know because the records weren't pulled, whether or not he was actually prescribed the Dilaudid or any other medications post-surgery from this May 2023 surgery, correct?
That's correct.
Or even if it weren't prescribed, it was given to him in the hospital. We don't know.
That's correct.
If the Dilaudid is given to someone and then a hair test is taken of that individual, based upon your experience on this 5-panel hair test, how far back does that hair test look and find the Dilaudid?
What exhibit is that?
Oh, it's not an exhibit. I'm
You
asking.
just asked, okay, what's the question?
Yeah, based on your experience,
Mhm.
how far back does a 5-panel hair test look and find a narcotic like Dilaudid?
I can't give you an answer. I can't advise on that. because That's not my area.
So how long have you been an investigator for the board?
12 years.
All right. And you worked a lot of cases.
Yes.
So it's fair to say that many cases you worked, and you don't know the answer to that question, that Mr. Morgan probably didn't know the answer to that question whenever he was asked to sign this form, correct? It's fair, that's a fair assumption.
Possibility.
Certainly a reason for him to be concerned.
So what now?
It's certainly a reason for him to be concerned, though, that it might be detected by a hair test.
Well, sure.
All right, let's look at B9, page 35.
Okay.
And again, as an assaultman mentioned, let's just use initials. I may forget, I'll try not to. You were asked a series of questions about these particular people. And let's talk first about the process for medication being administered by a nurse like Mr. Morgan. It's true, isn't it, that Mr. Morgan, being a nurse, cannot write an order for medication.
That is,
Narcotics.
that's correct.
All right. So none of these orders that are mentioned in B9 were orders that were made by Marshall Morgan.
That's correct.
And these verbal orders that are mentioned for DB on page 35 were not verbal orders that had been given by Marshall Morgan.
Correct.
And you mentioned a now order earlier. Now, if a patient is in pain and it's not time for something else to be given in accordance with a verbal order, isn't it entirely appropriate for the nurse to ask the physician for an order to go ahead and give some pain medication to that patient?
Yes,
Isn't that a common occurrence in an ICU setting?
possibly, yes.
If you look at AR, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, it was a combined waste. And I think that's what the note was about, was, okay, it was wasted together, but it was witnessed, and witnessing was proper, correct?
Yes,
So there's nothing about the summary of activity on A. Ramos that indicates that it violated the protocols of the hospital we read a minute ago.
no,
All right, if you'll flip over the next page, page 36, and look at the summary of activity on RH.
RH,
Again, it says it's combined waste, but it says it was witnessed. So is there anything indicative on the summary of activity for RH that would suggest that the hospital protocols were violated?
no,
All right. And the same question down below for T. Wallace. I'm sorry, TW. I asked that to be stricken on record.
Any response?
Stricken from the record.
I agree. Motion is granted.
All right, the same question for the summary of the lauded for TW. Do you see anything under that summary that indicates that there was a violation of the hospital protocols?
no,
The mere fact that there was a phone order made at 1402 for 0.5 milligram and another one at 1742, 3 hours and 45 minutes roughly later, 3 hours and 40 minutes later. That's not something that's normally a red flag when you're talking about somebody in IC post-surgery, is it?
no, it's not a red flag.
If you look down at the summary for SH, it's the same question. Do you see anything there indicative of violation of hospital protocol?
No, not really given it.
And the combined waste was
No.
witnessed, correct?
That's right.
All right, if you'll turn to the next page, which is page 37.
Mhm.
I was really puzzled by this at the top of that page. If you would read the first two sentences, beginning with pharmacy runs.
Pharmacy runs a proactive diversion report each month. Nurses that show a standard deviation above average of 3 or higher are audited. Marsha Morgan has been on this report several times this year.
All right. Now, read the next sentence, please.
98 to 100% of his narcotic removal each month are documented as administered.
Continue.
We typically consider rates of 98% and higher to be acceptable.
All right, let's stop right there. So according to the hospital,
98 to 100% of his narcotic removals each month are documented as administered. So he is, according to what they're saying there, in a range of 98% or greater that they deem to be acceptable. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the next sentence, I think, is where the rub is. It says, however, he gives considerably more narcotics than any other nurse. In August, he dispensed 110 narcotics over the course of 15 days, which we've already talked about, is a little over 7 pills a day, or at 7. The only other nurse that came close to that dispensed 68 narcotics, but over the course of 20 days. Due to this pattern, we decided to look more closely at him. So they're talking about the month of August out of the 2 years, and they themselves are saying that he typically is 98 to 100% on his narcotic removals, which is within a range they find to be acceptable. Did I read that right?
You did.
So we have an anomaly here in August where he's higher. Somebody's got to be there. And so they're wanting to perform an investigation. And they put some bullet points down here. They said, 2 circumstances we found suspicious this month in August. Could you read that first bullet point?
Oh, his patients will often receive, that's what you want?
Uh-huh.
His patients will often receive pain medication as frequently as allowed for his shift. Then none will be given until he returns, sometimes days later.
I think we've already confirmed that he works the day shift. And you agreed with me earlier that patients typically ask for more pain medication in the daytime when they're awake and at nighttime when they're asleep. You agree with that?
Yes.
And the nurse that works in ICU can't control when patients are in pain and ask for medication, can they?
Reframe that for me.
Sure. The nurse that works in ICU can't control which patient needs medication at what point in time. It's not regular intervals. You agree with that?
Yes.
Some patients, like all people, may be different and want more pain medication than others.
That's correct.
And if a nurse has a group of patients that are the same patients that they care for every day, and 1 or 2 more in that group are people that need a lot of pain medication and want it, and the nurse does his job and gets it for those patients so they're not in pain, then his numbers are going to be higher naturally. Do you agree with that?
Giving the pain medication as needed.
Correct. Do you have any information that indicates that Marshall Morgan did not appropriately give pain medication to his patients as needed?
No.
So really what we're talking about here are statistics. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
If you would, look at the next page, page 38, and read that bullet point up the top of the page.
He calls physicians to get a now dose of narcotics to be given in between doses of the PRN order.
Would you agree with me that the policy of the hospital is that if the patient is hurting or requests more medication, that the nurse is to request a now order?
This is possible.
You don't have anything to dispute that?
No.
Let's look at page 37. Oh, wait, excuse me. I'm all back up here. Let's go to back to page 43, which is the omnibus report. I apologize for backing up.
for the dispense practice report,
Yes, ma'am.
outline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
You were asked a series of questions earlier, several questions by Ms. Saltzman about number of standard deviations above average column. You remember that?
yes.
Ms. Jones, what is a standard deviation?
The average, pulling of medications. Of average of pulling,
Now, I'm not asking what the average, I'm asking what a standard deviation is. That's a statistical term. And it's not a trick question. The reason I'm asking you is, I took statistics in college. And I, to this day, still can't tell you what it is. I go to the table. I can go to the table and tell you a 95% confidence level, blah, blah, blah. But do you know what it means in real life terms?
no.
Okay, I don't either. I have just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Can you redirect?
Just a couple of questions. I'll try to keep it brief. Ms. Jones, did you review any other dispensing practices reports other than what was submitted for August of 2023 or September of 2023?
That review any other dispense?
Were there any other dispensing practices reports that you were provided other than August or September of 2023 for Mr. Morgan?
No, these are the only two.
And I believe you were asked a question about whether you had records from Mr. Morgan's surgery in May of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes,
Now, just take me back. Was the drug screen on 9/22/23?
the drug screen, what now?
Was the reasonable suspicion drug screen done on 9/22/2023?
Yes,
And you had a question about whether or not you knew whether he was prescribed Dilaudid in May of 2023, correct?
right,
And you said you didn't have any documentation from that surgery, right?
that's correct.
Okay, but we do have his PNP, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and on his PNP, if you would turn with me to page 120. In the May 2023 timeframe, do we have any Dilaudid that is prescribed to Mr. Morgan?
120 you asking?
In May of 2023 on page 120. If you just look at his PNP and see if there's any Dilaudid that was prescribed to Mr. Morgan during that time.
No,
Okay, now that doesn't mean that he may not have been administered some anesthesia or gotten it at
Right.
the hospital, correct?
that's correct.
But was he prescribed Dilaudid at that time, to your knowledge?
No,
And I believe you were asked some questions on page 35 about now orders. Now, I believe the question was that those now orders, whether they were ordered by the provider that he contacted. Is that correct?
yes, the provider authorized the now orders.
Mr. Morgan couldn't do a now order.
No,
So those were not his orders, correct?
correct,
But he would be the nurse that called to request that order be put in from the provider.
yes,
Did you testify previously that he worked in the ICU?
yes,
And are patients in the ICU often unconscious?
most those that I know have been. It's not so much as unconscious, but not all the way there.
So sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Yes,
Just like you might ask for pain medication during the day, you might ask for pain medication at night.
yes.
You might sleep during the day, you might sleep during the night.
You can sleep either,
The issue today was that there was a suspicion of diversion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there've been a lot of questions about the standard deviation, the records, the dispensing reports. But in the end, and probably what I feel is the most important here, let's turn to page 53 one more time. 53.
Okay.
And do you see where Mr. Morgan said, and I quote, "I wanted to disclose to y'all that I did take Dilaudid from the hospital. I was so nervous that day I could barely talk. I'm sorry." So today, Mr. Morgan is charged with misappropriation of drugs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And during your investigation, did you obtain the email that Mr. Morgan sent admitting to diversion of drugs?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions from the board hearing panel for this witness?
I have one question, because Mr. Mercier was focusing a lot on the standard deviation and that pharmacy report. By chance and the difference between day and night shift. So by chance in your investigation, did you find a way, or is there a way to delineate and find out which nurses in that report are day versus night? And how he compares to his colleagues on the same shift? Because he doesn't work 30 days a month, right?
Right.
So I'm just trying to figure out, is during your investigation, did you happen to figure out of those nurses, how many of those were day shift nurses on the same type hours of shift work that the respondents work?
Any additional questions?
What was my name?
Your answer.
Hmm?
Answer.
I said no. The answer to her question, no.
Right, there's no additional questions. Ms. Saltzman, are you
The board rests until this witness. Thank you.
will be excused and board is rested, so Mr. Mercier.
Call Marshall Morgan to testify. Ms. Morgan, just for the record, you state your full name. Marshall Kate Morgan. Mr. Morgan, would you tell the board a little bit about your educational background? I went to nursing school. I went to community college in Western Mississippi. What year? Graduated in 2009. What was your employment history after that? What did you do and where? I went to work at Franklin County Memorial Hospital. What floor did you work? That was the Creek Access Hospital, which is a single floor hospital. So from there to this incident, where did you work? What other places? I worked at University of Mississippi Medical Center. I was the charge nurse on the liver and kidney transplant. After I left there, I done home health and hospice before I went back to the hospital and worked in the ICU step down. There's been a good bit of discussion about the medications that you're taking and about these prior orders. There's some orders you heard mentioned from 2011, and the other one was 2019, I believe. Let's start with 2011. There was an order entered by the board. Would you tell the board the circumstances of with what brought you before the board for that order? It's an agreed order. Yeah, it's page 143. you remember that incident? Yes, sir, I'm just trying to.
Just in your own words, tell the board what this was about.
On this instance, I was having a relationship with a young lady that was actually taking narcotics from the hospital. And she had talked me into trying it that one time, and I had a reaction to it, and I turned myself into. So I turned myself into my director of nursing, and I turned myself into the board also.
You self-reported. As a result, you had this agreed order with the board. Sorry, that was 2011. Yes, sir. All right. Now, the other one was 2019. That's page 130, was it 133, 134? I think they were saying. So look at page 134, is agreed settlement. All right. Do you remember the circumstances of this incident?
Vaguely.
All right. Why do you say vague?
I remember going through the probation and the drug screens and stuff like that.
What do you mean? What you mean is part of the discipline?
Yes, sir, part of this and other.
Okay. But what were the circumstances that brought you before the board? In your own words.
I was what do you say, accused or however, of not wasting or documenting 2 Norco bills.
If you look on page 135 under numbers 4 and 6,
Read that last sentence on the paragraph number 4 up there.
That's
Right. Respondent submitted.
Response submitted to a drug screen during his evaluation, the results of which were negative.
All right, and then read number 6 down below there.
From April 14th, 2017 to present, respondent has submitted to 4 separate urine drug screens, the results of all which were negative.
you successfully fulfilled the terms of this agreed settlement.
Yes, sir.
Now, there's also a lot of discussion about the medication that you've been taking. Now, I have some photographs, 8 photographs of your x-ray. I've not made an exhibit, but can you describe for the board the condition that led to you taking this myriad of medications we see on your PNP and the surgery that you had in May of 2023?
I have degenerative disc disease in my lumbar spine. I've actually, the surgery in May was my second surgery on my back. I had a microdiscectomy 2 years prior to my 2 years prior to my fusion surgery I had in May 11th of last year. But even after that surgery, I had terrible back and leg pain. Like I couldn't stand up for more than 10 minutes without wanting to cry. My legs hurt me so bad.
What medications do you take for pain that's prescribed to you?
Right now I take oxycodone and gabapentin.
I'm gonna hand you something and ask you, is that if you know what that is, you can describe it.
Yes, sir. That is what they did for surgery. You know, maybe that.
Make it easy. Okay. You just keep that one.
Thank you.
Ms. Love, I would ask that the photograph of his
final column be made Exhibit R1.
Is there an objection, Ms. Alton?
No, there's no objection. You have one marked or you just want us to stick it on?
Respondent's exhibit R1 is admitted.
Can you write it on there?
Yes. There were also questions asked of you about Adderall. Can you tell the court how long you have been taking Adderall, who's prescribed it to you?
I haven't taken Adderall since I was in the fourth grade.
Are you regularly monitored and treated?
So I go to psychiatrist, which monitors me for my Adderall. I get drug screens. I was getting drug screened twice a month until I got fired from the accident and lost the insurance. And now they're doing it every 3 months because that's what the federal requirements, state requirements are.
Got a little bit ahead of me.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So during the course of treatment for your back and back pain, what type of physicians have you seen?
I see
Well, in the past, not just right now, in the past.
orthopedic, neurosurgeons, psych, dental practitioner,
Pain doctors,
pain
pain
management.
management. So who are the pain management specialists that you've seen?
Dr. Justin Estes in Brookhaven, Lori Marshall at Premier Pain Care in Jackson, and I currently see Dr. Cook at Total Pain Care in Boston.
All right. During the time period, how often did you get your prescription for oxycodone refilled?
Monthly.
How often did you get drug tested?
It was at least every 2 months. Sometimes it depends. Sometimes he makes you come back and have a monthly follow-up. And if it was a monthly follow-up, we get drug tested.
And looking at the records, it appeared to me that you went to Total Pain in Byron, Dr. Cook, for about a year. And how many drug screens did you pass for him? I mean, you failed. Obviously not. All right. Before that, you were going to Premier Pain in Jackson. Is that right? All right. And how many drug screens did you pass there? How many drug screens have you failed? I guess let me rephrase the question. You're taking scheduled drugs. So obviously you're going to pop hot for those.
Yes, sir.
So how many drug screens have you popped hot for a medication that you have not been prescribed by a physician? Okay. Since you've been doing all this pain stuff, pain medication. Okay. Just a minute.
No.
Now, while you've been at Merritt, or while you were at Merritt in Natchez, did this similar statistical issue come up? When was that in relation to this last time?
Several months before I had my back surgery. Several months before the night.
And what happened at that time?
They drug tested me. They put me on what you call called suspension, or what's it called, where they rent you off work until your drug screen comes back, like.
That's okay. That's what they did.
Yeah, I was put off of work and drug screen until my drug test come back, and then once my drug test come back negative,
All right, Marshall, there's an email in here that you sent to the people at the hospital. And we need to talk about that. Get to it. It's gonna be page 52 and 53. Go ahead. So before we talk about that, when this whole thing came up, and they wanted you to be drug tested, tell the board what all they told you and the reasons you made the decisions you made and the things that you said they said.
when they told me that they wanted me when they told me I had the drug screen for the, what was going on, I told them that I had surgery in May. Well, first, let me back up. First, they told me, they said drug screen. And I said, okay, I have no problem with drug screen. Let's go do it. And they said, but you have to hair follicle test also. And I said, that's not a problem, but I'm afraid that the medication I had during my back surgery might test positive for on the hair follicle part. And they told me that I needed some form, I don't know exactly how it was, but I needed to disclose anything that had a possibility of showing possible on the drug screen.
And so you went ahead and signed a consent form.
I signed a consent form and I wrote on the drug test paper, that I received the medication, the water, and whatever else I was administered as far as anesthesia in the hospital.
Right. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And they kept telling me, you have to be sure you disclose this before the drug test comes back in order for us to help you keep the job. It was all about, we're gonna help you keep the job. That's what they kept telling me. What circumstance I went into HR, but Kiki said, I went in and called and asked if my drug screen had come back yet. And she said, no. She said, but if anything's gonna show up, now's the time you have to disclose it before it comes back for us in order to help you, to keep your job. And so when I wrote it on the drug screen paperwork, I said, is that good enough? And they never would give me a definitive answer if that was gonna be good enough, in order for it to be disclosed. So that's when I sent the email to Ms. Susan Stead saying that I took the medicine from the hospital. I did not take any medicine from the hospital. I was just disclosing this, and they had me scared because I was trying to disclose it because I was the only person never gonna help me keep my job.
Ultimately, when the hair test results came back and the urine screen we took, results came back, what were the results? There was a little bit of discussion too about what your floor you worked on, what department. Can you clear that up for the board?
Yes, sir. There was a in the paperwork, it says that I wasted the medication on 4th floor. I worked on 2nd floor, which is where ICU and step down is. But the day that it's saying I wasted the medication on 4th floor, I got pulled, I worked that day on 4th.
Did you work ICU or ICU step down or you're different?
I worked med-surg that day, I was on 4th floor.
Okay, what do you normally use?
I normally worked ICU step down.
All right. And how many, well, what shift do you normally work?
7 A to 7 P.
And how many patients do you normally have? Have the same 5 patients until they're discharged?
90% of the time, yes, sir. Continuation of care is what we're trying to do.
How many nurses work the day shift?
2 was scheduled, but some days we only work with 1. I get it by myself with an 8.
Yes. Could you please tell me, Mr. Morgan, what your sobriety date is? Your sobriety date.
What do you mean by that?
The date that, okay, well, let me go back. Were you prescribed Dilaudid after your May 2023 surgery?
I received a letter by Dr. Lewis while in the hospital.
But you didn't get a prescription
I
for
didn't get a
Dilaudid,
prescription. No, ma'am.
but you may have been administered that during the surgery recovery part. Is that correct? And if you would turn to page 53 for me. Do you see where it says on Tuesday, September 26, 2023 at 12:19, and that has your email address? I believe it was your testimony previously that you wrote this email. Is that correct?
What are you asking?
Did you write this email? Did you type this email?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you did send this email on September the 6th, 2026 at 12:19 p.m. And could you tell the board panel why you said, I wanted to disclose to y'all that I did take Dilaudid from the hospital?
Because that is where I previously was telling y'all that they were telling me that I needed to disclose it, have it in writing, that that was gonna help me keep my job. If anything came back from my hair follicle test, I was so nervous, I didn't know how to disclose it. And that's the way I disclosed it, thinking that's what they wanted in order for them to help me keep my job.
So would you turn to page 14? We've gone over this a couple times, but did you write there when it said, under that disclosure portion, disclosure option, did you put, I had Dilaudid in hospital during surgery and whatever else I was giving for anesthesia in May of 2023? Did you write that?
I wrote that, but I did not know about the part where it said that I did not have a current legal prescription. I didn't read that part.
That was my next question, so you're ahead of me.
Yes, ma'am.
So you listed there, and that section is for disclosing substances that you don't have valid prescriptions for, correct?
I didn't realize, yes, ma'am, but I didn't realize.
But it says that it was during surgery and whatever else I was given in May of 2023. But would you agree with me that on page 53, your statement is different? It says, I wanted to disclose to y'all that I did take Dilaudid from the hospital.
Not necessarily. Different.
Do you think that these two things are the same? These two
Yes,
statements
ma'am, but
between,
I see where you're getting like that they can be interpreted.
you've heard some discussion about, and I'm just gonna call this individual patient LS. And that's on page 39, if you want to reference it, okay?
We interrupt. The respondent needs to take a short break. Again.
Oh, yes, we'll take a brief 5-minute recess and return at 5:12. bathroom recess. This time I'll ask members of the board hearing panel to state their names.
Janie Clinton, Orion. Melissa King.
Carly Walker. Mr. Mercier, I understand before break, you were examining your witness.
Ms.
I
Saltzman.
was cross-examining the witness. So, Ms. Saltzman, you may proceed.
Mr. Morgan, would you turn to page 39 with me, please? And look at that document. And we're not going to say the patient's name out loud. We're going to say patient LS, okay? When you look at that, do you acknowledge that you gave pain medicine on 8/17 and 8/21 for this particular patient? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll slow down. On page 39. So do you see where you administered pain medicine, Dilaudid specifically, on 8/17 twice, and on 8/21, 2023 for this particular patient?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see where,
Is that whole page, that patient? The single patient?
yes, you'll see the patient number stays the same on the left-hand side.
Okay.
So I'm just representing to you that's patient LS. If we assume this is patient LS today, and that patient number doesn't match up with what is in exhibit 10. Could you tell me whether pain medication was administered, Dilaudid specifically, on August 18th, 19th, or 20th of 2023?
Seventeen, 21st, and 22nd.
Okay, so do you see where on 8/17 you administered Dilaudid to patient LS at 17:22?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you see on 8/21, 2023 at 8:07 where you administered Dilaudid to patient LS? Do you see any pain medicine administered to patient LS on this record between those two times?
Amen.
And then if you drop down with me to same patient, Dilaudid, on 8/22, 2023 at 18:02, did you administer Dilaudid at that time?
What it is, yes, ma'am.
And then can you tell me the next time Dilaudid was administered?
13/21,
On what date?
25th.
Okay. And if you look at your timesheet, and that's on 46, did you work on August the 18th?
46 on August what?
18th of 23?
I'm not on the time sheet. But that does not mean that I didn't leave my badge at home.
Are you saying you worked but you didn't clock in?
I'm not sure about, I mean, according to, all I can say is I didn't work because that's what I'm saying. All I can say, that. But me guessing is because on the 16th, I was out sick, and a lot of times I would pick up the Friday if I did miss a day sick. I would try to pick it up on that same weekend.
How often do you work without clocking in?
I might have, in the 2 years, I might have done it 2 times.
Okay, what was the other time?
Just when I left my badge at the house, I would have to get the manager to clock.
So you would have been clocked in if you had worked and the manager was aware. She would have clocked you in instead of you.
Yes, ma'am.
If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yes, no, she would have clocked me, not necessarily Like I'd have left a note on her, in her, she had a, thing outside her door, that I would leave a note in, and a lot of times they wouldn't, like, if something like that happened, she wouldn't change, like, say, if you missed lunch or something, she wouldn't change it until the day before payroll went out. She would put it in.
Okay, so just so I'm clear. Does this time record reflect you working on either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, 8/18, 8/19, or 8/20, 2023? Yes, we're still on that same page. Does it show you working on August the 23rd or the August 24th? And do you agree with me that it's odd that this particular patient was given so much pain medicine by you, but then was able to go 3 and 2 days at a time with no pain medication administered?
I'm gonna object. That assumes facts, not in evidence. We don't know if this patient had gone to have another surgery. We don't know what this patient was suffering for. It was PRN medication. We don't know anything about this patient's condition.
I agree. The objection is sustained. Ms. Osmond, it's possible for you to, flush it out more to sort of, establish a foundation that would allow him to answer.
I'll just move on to something else. Have you ever had treatment for addiction? You never had any treatment for addiction? And you've never been addicted?
I'm sorry, Respondent, Mr. Marshall, you have to, answer the question, you know, you say yes or no, nodding and shaking your head, the court reporter, I mean, she might make a note of it, but it's better for you to answer. Yeah, but she's taking down everything you say.
Were you terminated from Merit Natchez? What other facilities or hospitals or employment have you been terminated from?
Franklin County.
Where else?
And New York State.
Why were you terminated from Franklin County?
I took the prior to that situation.
And why were you fired from UMC?
How can I girl crush?
Is this a coworker or a patient?
Coworker.
Thank you.
Where else have you been terminated from? Is that Macomb?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you terminated there?
For do Norco not wasted or whether it's
Where else have you been terminated from? How long have you been a nurse? When were you licensed? Where did you attend nursing school? You may have told me this earlier. Okay. When did you graduate from there? And you said that you took Demerol when you worked in Franklin County, and that was your 2011 order, right? So what did you do with that Demerol?
What do you?
Did you take it for personal use?
Yeah.
But you don't believe you have any addiction issues ever?
No.
So why did you take the Demerol for personal use then?
That's when I explained that I was having a relationship with a female nurse that was taking the medication.
So
It was a one-time thing.
So you took it, you tried it.
Yes, ma'am. And I turned myself in.
And I'm gonna go one time back again to page 53, because I think that's where we were when we left off a second ago,
53, 54.
or 53. Why did you tell the hospital that you took Dilaudid if you did not take Dilaudid from the hospital?
Because they kept telling me that I need to disclose it. It needed to be disclosed for them to help me keep my job if something showed up on my.
But hadn't you already listed Dilaudid as part of your surgery on the disclosure?
I listed, but Kiki, I specifically asked Kiki, which is the HR person. I said, is that what you want me to do? And she would never give me a concrete answer if that was definitive enough. Even the day that I sent the email, I called her to ask her if my drug screen had come back yet. And she told me no, but she said you need to disclose it. And I never would give me a definitive answer.
When you say they wouldn't give you a definitive answer, do you mean they wouldn't give a definitive answer to what you should put in the email?
They would not give me a definitive answer as to what I listed on the drug screen paper as what I had taken, what I was administered in the hospital, if that was definitive enough for them to help me keep my job.
I have no further questions.
Can you redirect, Mr. Mercier?
Just a few questions. How far away did you live from the hospital in Natchez? So if you forget your badge or something, you got to go back an hour to get it. There's some questions asked in many windows involved in you being not shown on a human resources sheet and being clocked in or not, and days that medication was administered by you. You can't access Omnicell without putting in your ID or code, is that right? Without your finger. So it's not like if you didn't clock in, you were trying to sneak in there and steal some drugs, not letting anybody know you were there, because you had to use your fingerprint to get it, right? So, and everything you got was administration. And there were some questions asked of you about substance use and whether or not you had a problem. You were even asked what your sobriety date was, and Ms. Saltzman asked you several questions about whether or not you've been to rehab or whether or not you have a substance use problem. You remember those questions?
All right, I'd like you to turn to page 135, please. That's the second page of the agreed settlement proposal with this board dated February 2019. And on page 135, would you read paragraph number 4, please, the first sentence?
Mississippi Board of Nurses.
Yes.
On December 5th, 2018, respondent submitted to a chemical dependency substance use disorder evaluation performed by a board approved assessment. The results of which found respondent did not meet the criteria for substance use disorder.
So you went to a board-approved assessor who tested you and said you don't meet the criteria for having a drug problem. And you don't have a drug problem. The crux of this whole thing is the fact that you sent that email in and you got a good bit of medications on your PMP. So the elephant in the room is that you are stealing the lauded because either you're an addict, which board approved assessor said you was not in 2019, or you don't have sufficient pain medication with all the oxycodone and gabapentin and everything else you see on your PMP. So the question is, do your medical providers provide you sufficient pain medication to treat your pain? Yes, sir. Thank you. Questions?
I see the board panel may have some questions for us. Sorry.
Hey, I'm sorry, I couldn't see you. We got a picture of your back. When did you have your back surgery? In May? Okay. What happened to you? Okay. Time? Just time and age? When did you start taking oxycodone? You remember?
I'm not exactly sure when I was prescribed oxy. As far as going to pain management and being on some sort of pain medication, probably.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Marshall, I know that it's probably getting tiring sitting here going back and through the questions, but I'm just trying to get things clear in my head because of course we have evidence in front of us that you've been, but this is going to be the third time to have an order in front of this board that have very similar allegations, I guess. And so I'm just trying to understand process and time frame and exactly what was happening with you, and if you have an explanation of any of this that could be missing. So I have the latest, this one is from Merit and it's related to Dilaudid, but you had a negative drug screen and a negative hair follicle saying that it was negative for Dilaudid, correct? Okay. Then it was Southwest, or Southwest was before Franklin. Which one came first?
Franklin was first.
Franklin was first, and that was Demerol related to someone who was addicted that you were in a relationship with. Is that relationship still?
No.
Okay. And then, so the second one was Southwest War Tab.
Yeah.
And that's the one, what year was that? 2000, was that the 2011?
And that would be after that.
Okay. That's the one that you got the board approved assessment for the chemical dependency.
I actually had two assessors for each one. They both-
You got, you got a chemical dependency on both orders.
Both of them said the same.
Great, can I have just a second
Yes,
to
ma'am.
find, okay. You, Mr. Mercier, do you happen to know where that second, what exhibit that is related in for your client on the second,
Which one you mean?
the second chemical dependency test?
The one I was reading from earlier?
He said there's two.
I'm aware of one. I didn't really look for two.
Yeah, I saw that one, but I'm trying to find the other one.
There's only one. What you say, what you say?
There's only one in this. There's two that they have. In the first three order, from the first time, from the Demerol situation to the Wartown situation, I went through a assessor both times. I'm saying, there's only one that's listed. Was order anyway? Pretty sure it was order. What I'm saying is only, on this stack of paperwork, the only one that's showing is from the board, 2019.
Okay. Which said that there wasn't a substance use disorder. So I guess you've completed two orders at the board successfully and had reinstatement of your license, correct? And on those drug screens, did you stop taking, so you said you were taking the, you've been on pain medicines for 7 to 10 years, correct? Okay, so during the board order timeframe, did you not take those medicines during that time? Is that why all the drugs were negative?
During the Franklin County in general, I did not take narcotic pains at that time. But I'm not sure about the second time. I know that, pretty sure I stayed on my, I don't know during that time. So, possibly I was on both times.
And then this, I guess this will be my last question. The hair follicle and drug screen that was completely negative, and that was on the 24th, right? Wait a second. Had you taken your prescription medicines?
Yes, ma'am. And I tried to explain to him earlier today that
Is the one that I am looking at for the,
you have a page one with
it's B6, it looks like, page 13. But it said it's 9/22/23, but amphetamines and opiates, oxycodone are all negative. But you were taking your regular medicine during this one too?
now, look at the now approach, page 30. Page 30. Now approach. You see underneath where it says my determination verification is negative? And halfway down the middle,
I'm sorry. Yep, the conditions and comments.
you see where it says condition comments, verify prescription for the Adderall,
Okay, so they may have,
They called the pharmacy and verified that I had scripts for that. And because I had scripts from the doctor.
they turned it to negative. Okay. That is a new process that they're doing. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't guess I have any further questions.
Right. Any additional questions from any other board members? Mr. Mercier, at this time, do you rest or do you?
No, sorry, respond to rest.
I will move to close the statements.
I'll do my best just to keep this brief. The duty of the board is to protect and safeguard the public. After a diversion report showed that Mr. Morgan was pulling more narcotics than other nurses in August of 2023, and then again in September of 2023, he was asked to submit to a reasonable suspicion drug screen, which he did. But he also admitted in an email to that facility that he took Dilaudid from the hospital. His admission is clear and convincing evidence that he diverted narcotics. And I would respectfully ask this board panel to find him guilty of the charges and take appropriate actions under Mississippi Code Annotated 7513 7315 29-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercier.
Mr. Morgan has been assessed and found not to have a substance use disorder problem. He's approved assessor at least once, not twice. He's never been tested positive for any medication for which he did not have a prescription. He specifically tested negative for Dilaudid in the hair test and in the urine test immediately after this incident. He has sufficient oxycodone and other pain medication to treat this pain, so he has no incentive to take the medication. He gave a reasonable explanation for him being nervous, he was going to lose his job, and he understood from them that what he had written was not sufficient, that if he tested positive on his hair test result, they wouldn't tell him it was sufficient the way he explained it to keep his job. Desperate, he went back and tried to explain to them in words he hoped would help him keep his job. In English language, I don't read it that way, but I'm not the one that wrote it. I write a lot of things that people don't interpret the way that I would. It's the way that I meant it. If we can't explain things that we write so that people understand what we mean, then we've lost the ability to communicate. You've got this report, which I see in facilities, I've seen it for the last 6, 7 years. And I hate it because it's an outlier report, it's statistics. There's an old saying, there's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics. Everybody, including you members of the panel, y'all are gonna be on a report as being the best or being the worst at some point in time in your life. We all are. But they're using statistics to try to single people out and say they're guilty of something just by statistics. And this is statistics for 1 month, maybe 2, out of 2 years that he worked there. But there's no proof that he took anything other than something he wrote and explained. There's no loss from the pharmacy that's unexplained. Nobody's saying meds are missing. They're just saying he wrote this on a piece of paper and there's an outlier there. And that's simply not enough to rise to the level of clear, convincing, substantial evidence, which is required. So we may smell something and we may say, I'm not sure what that smell is, but that doesn't mean it stinks to the level of clear and convincing evidence. So we'd ask that you find him not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll conclude the hearing in case number 2023-0925 involving licensee Marshall Morgan, license number R-882-744. I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to actually go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-0925.
I will make that motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-0925.
I make a motion, we go into executive session for deliberations on the stated case number.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. return back, get back on the record. I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel to state their names.
Janie Clinton, Arian.
Melissa King.
Harley Walker. I will now announce the board's decision in case number 2023-0925 involving licensee Marshall Morgan, license number R-882744. The board's decision is as follows. For charge 1, the board finds insufficient evidence to find the respondent guilty of charge 1. Related to charge 2, the board finds insufficient evidence to find the respondent guilty of charge 2. Charge 3, the board finds insufficient evidence to find the respondent guilty of charge 3. Merely, the board finds insufficient evidence to support a finding of guilt on any charge, therefore the complaint is dismissed. The docket, are there any questions?
Thank you.
Call up the next matter on the docket. Restoration hearing. Yes, yes, yes. All right, before I call up the next matter on the docket, we're gonna take a brief 5-minute recess so that the board hearing panel can adjust. docket. It's a petition for restoration filed by licensee Ms. Elizabeth Bailey. License number R-872203. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record.
Lorian.
Nurse practitioner.
Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Ian Salzman.
And is the restoration applicant, Ms. Elizabeth Bailey, present?
Yes.
And Ms. Bailey, are you represented by counsel? Please state your name for the record. Now I'll ask the court reporter to swear in any testifying witnesses.
The testimony about the truth, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Are there any preliminary matters?
We have exhibits that are B1 through B6, including restoration package. We just asked those to be admitted.
No objection.
Okay, those records are admitted into the the record for today's hearing. I understand this is a petition filed by the licensee. So, Mr. Mercier, if you're ready to proceed, we can proceed now with opening statements from each side.
We'll waive the open statement, so.
All right, so let's proceed. You may proceed. We'll call you first witness.
Oh, Betsy Bailey. Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Elizabeth Lorraine Bailey.
Ms. Bailey, where do you live now?
I live in Oxford.
Tell the board a little bit about your past history, as far as where you went to nursing school and your work history after that, just briefly.
I went to LPN school and RN school at Holmes Community College in Grenada. I worked at UMC in Grenada for 15 years, 15 years, and then I worked at several ERs, Greenwood, Indianola, Batesville.
And you were a nurse up until recently. If you would, let's go ahead and just tell the board the circumstances of your issue with the board and your revocation that occurred. And there's a document that you will go to a lot of board, but I think it's rather go ahead and let the board know this.
Page 6. Okay.
Yeah, this is gonna be B5. Yeah. In your own words, tell the board what happened.
Okay, so went on a revocation because I apparently missed a hearing. What happened was my first hearing was supposed to be April of 2020, and that's when COVID started. I got a phone call from someone here at the board, and they said, hey, we're shutting down. We'll let you know when or how we're gonna do this next hearing. I said, okay. So I said, how will you let me know? And she said, by phone. I said, okay. So I was working night shift at the ER in Batesville. It's like I said, COVID, it was long. But I kept my phone turned up. I slept during the day, never got a phone call. Well, the next thing I know, in September of 2020, a certified letter had come to my house saying that my license was revoked because I had missed a hearing. And
I'm sorry.
Anyway, that's how that happened. And I've been trying to get a hearing, but y'all been backed up and it was closed down, and it's just been a mess. So that's why I stayed.
Well, what I want you to explain to the board is the circumstances are discussed in the final order. If you look on page 2 under number 5.
And I'll read it for the record. It says, on or about August 7, 2018, while employed for continued care, home health, and hospice, Yazoo City, Mississippi. Respondent was asked to submit to a reasonable suspicion drug screen due to receiving questionable statements that was posted on Facebook about respondent, quote, getting clean, quote, as well as observing respondent to being anxious, agitated, combative, and having an employment performance which he was turning in paperwork delayed. Respondent refused to submit to the reasonable drug screen on August the 7th, 2018, refused to sign any documentation from the facility, denied having any drug or alcohol issues. Now, if you would, tell the board how all of this came about with the statements on Facebook and about getting clean, and then what was going on at work and the drug screen refusal.
So, as far as the Facebook, matter, I just broke up with this ex-boyfriend of mine, and he was angry with me, and so he sent a Facebook Messenger message to my boss that he knew that time at Home Health, and was saying all these things about me, that I was on drugs, that I, was not doing what I was supposed to be doing. I, whatever, all these horrible things. And so, and this was a horrifically abusive relationship. We were together, unfortunately, for 5 years, and it was a lot of physical abuse on him towards me. And so, every time I would try to leave, this is the stuff that would happen. He would try to blast me on Facebook. He, would tell my family and friends things that weren't, just on and on. Okay. And so, a lot of my paperwork was late, and it was for, he would take my paperwork and he would throw it in the trash. He would tear it up. He would burn it. He would turn my alarm off on my phone so I wouldn't get to work. All these things. Hide my keys so I couldn't get to work. On and on and on and on.
Betsy, the big thing they're gonna be interested in, I think, is gonna be the drugs and how you got involved with drugs with your boyfriend.
Yeah.
And the physical circumstances at the very end, if you were attacked.
Yeah. Okay. So, I was not on drugs at that time at all. On the day this happened, I was spirit accident. I'd gotten beat up really bad the night before. And so went into work, and I was confronted with this, and I was, upset as usual. And the part about me refusing a drug screen, what happened was they didn't ask me at that point. It got really heated in the room because one of the ladies that was talking to me said, if women like you would not stay, you wouldn't get beat up like this. And I said some things I shouldn't have said to her, and I got up and I walked out. And so that's considered a refusal. I didn't, of course, think about it at the time. It was not my intention. I just left. It was a mess. Anyway, so after that, things went downhill rapidly for me. I didn't know how to get out, and I was afraid, and it got to the point where he would lock me in the house in one of the rooms and wouldn't let me out. And so I couldn't talk to my family. And of course I just couldn't go to work at this point. And so I did something stupid. He was on drugs. So I decided that was the only thing that was gonna make all this go away. It's not an excuse. And it's the worst decision I ever made, but I felt hopeless. That's all I cared to tell you. I felt hopeless. I was afraid. And it hurt a lot to beat up every day. So, I'm sorry. So finally, this went on for like a month, and he, it finally ended because he was hurting me, beating me up horribly one day, and put my hand through a glass, all this stuff. And so the neighbors, thank God, called the police because he was choking me. When the police got there, I was out. I was almost dead. And so he thank God, got arrested. We had to go to court. He was supposed to be in prison for 8 years for felony domestic violence. He just got out this past summer after only serving 4 years. So that's just kind of how everything spiraled out of control.
All right, well, let's look at the documents that we've got here. If you would, look at B2. And just confirm that the information there for your address is correct.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's a different address. I sure it's Oxford. But it's
All right, so you have a new address that you
Yes,
need
sir.
to update. Okay. Yes, get this. Okay, so go to B3. Was that your license number shown below your name there?
Yes,
And you were a registered nurse?
yes, sir.
And it shows you were both. Those dates are correct. All right, let's go to B4. There's really nothing extra here, it's just more information about your name, and B5 is the important thing. That's the final order we were just talking about, that you said you missed a hearing on. You were revoked by an order entered September the 2nd, 2020. Correct? Okay, and since then, you haven't practiced nursing, what have you been doing?
I got a job, I worked at Chick-fil-A, in prep for about a year. I worked at a chocolate smoothie cafe in Oxford, I did prep there, stuff I've never done before, but, you know, I'm just something. And, so, and then like Uber Eats.
All right, so then the next thing, starting on page 10, MSBN 10, is your application. Let's just go through your application. If you look at the first page, MSBN 10, it's got your name and your current address there, correct?
Well, it's changed again.
It's still changed again? Okay.
I'm sorry, it's all right.
All right. What's your address for the record?
It, is 201, Keystone Drive in Oxford, Mississippi, 38655.
All right. Now, let's look at these questions on page 10. There's a section there, it says, other than the actions associated with revocation, surrender, suspension, denial of your license, and it asks questions 1 through 8. Do you see those?
Yes.
Do you answered all of those? No. Is that true and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then question number 9 says, have you ever received counseling or treatment? And you answered yes on that.
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
I went to, Washington Treatment Center, rehab facility, because, I was on drugs and I was insane, and to get there before the trauma that I had lived through, and, for safety, keep me away from him.
So tell the board about how long you were in Oxford Treatment Center and what did it consist of, to the best of your memory?
Okay, I did 3 months, you did 3 months of inpatient, treatment, you say, on the facility, on site. And we, go to therapy all day, every day, you attend meetings 6 nights a week, and hang out with patients. And then once you complete that, I went to a sober living house, I was there for 8 weeks. And then once you, do everything, then once you get there, you go to meetings and you still go to therapy and things like that. And, once you meet your requirements, then I was allowed.
Turn over to the next page, and that's what it was talking about. You just mentioned the Oxford Treatment Center was from, so on number 10, item 10, from October 2018 to January 2019. That's the period. All right. The next page, page 12, and there's a list of your employers there. And just, if you would, just reiterate to the board the dates and where you worked and just quickly what you did at each location.
Okay, so at UMMC in Grenada, I didn't put my LPN time on here, but I started there in August of 2002, and then I started working as an RN there in June of 2005. I worked in step down unit, telemetry unit, and then I went to work at ambulatory care. I worked there for 11 years and did endoscopy. And did ER full time there. And then when I left there, I went to Greenwood before Hospital. I went to work in the ER full time there, and I was there for 2 years. It was 1 year. Okay. And then I went to Tallahatchie General Hospital. That was my first charge nurse job. I was charge nurse on a wing for Alzheimer's unit. So I stayed there for a year. And then I went to Indianola Hospital, worked in the ER there. I was there, it was like 6 months, I think. And then I went to, that's the continued care home health job that I had.
There's one more list.
Oh, yeah, okay. And so when I came back from treatment, I went to work at Pinella Medical Center. I was a charge nurse in their ER there. And I was there for, it was like a year and a half. And then I got my resignation letter.
If you'll turn over to pages 16 through 21, we've got affidavits. The first one is from Randy Butler. If you would just tell the board, how long you've known Randy Butler.
I've known Brandy basically my whole life. We both grew up in Grenada together. That's where I'm originally from. We are the same age, went to the same school, kind of the same crowd we got in. Forever. Good point. So that, I was speaking, she was the house, Vicky Blair. She was the house supervisor at Pinella Medical Center. Great lady. We worked side by side. She worked nights as house supervisor. I worked nights as charge nurse, so you know how it goes. Spent a lot of time together. So I got to know her very well.
Next one is Kayla Butler.
She is Brandy's daughter. Her daughter and my daughter are the same age, best friends. We all, that's kind of how we connected. Kayla's growing up in my house.
And the next one on page 22.
Okay, Amy Cox. She was another one of the house supervisors at Pinella Medical Center that I met, and still very good friends with today. She lives in Oxford.
How long have you known Amy?
Oh, no.
All right, and who's the last one on page 23?
Okay, that's Jimmy McCoy. We went to art school together, so about 20 years. Long work with me.
All right, we're beginning on page 24 and continuing to page 32 are drug test results. Right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you have had hair test and urine test. And what we have here covers greater than a year. Now, how many times have you tested positive? All right. Including these tests and all the tests that you had at the center and otherwise, what number would you put, just roughly estimate the number of tests that you had? Well, yeah, we'll say how much.
Okay. You get on that.
Well, let's just say since Oxford treatment, since you started Oxford Treatment Center.
Probably, honestly, God, about 200. I did one at least once a week in treatment.
All right.
And then I've been doing the app, where I just do, check in every day and do random drug screens for about 2 years now.
In addition to the hair test.
Yes, sir.
All right. So in all of those 200 tests since Oxford Treatment, began Oxford Treatment Center, how many have been positive?
None.
Now, on page 33 is a letter from Oxford Treatment Center that says that you were there October 9th, 2018 and November 11, 2018, and for a support meeting, but then they go on to give your dates and a full recitation of your time there and what you did on the next page, page 34. And they say you're admitted October 9th, 2018, and then your later
Completed residential treatment on 11/12/2018. Again, with Resolutions Housing on 11/13/2018, and completed that on January 10th. That sound right?
Yes.
All right.
and then you've got on page 35 through 35 and 36, you have some certificates of completion. What are those?
That's the CEUs that, we like to kind of keep up with. So I did, the trying to do something.
The last thing attached is the assessment of Bobby Scott, a board approved assessor. Then you verify that that is his assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. The last thing he says in the summary and conclusions, he says the Sandsy indicated a high probability of a substitution disorder. However, she has not used in over 18 months. Therefore, she is in full sustained remission. The client has completed both inpatient, residential, and aftercare programs, including sober living at the Oxford Center. No further treatments indicated or recommended at this time. There is no current diagnosis that will prevent her from working as a nurse. No further monitoring is recommended at this time. That's the diagnosis he gave.
Yes, sir.
Finger of the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. I believe you testified earlier. Let me clarify. Maybe I misunderstood. Did you testify that you had 3 months of inpatient treatment?
Yes, ma'am.
So that included inpatient treatment for 35 days plus the 8 weeks of sober living?
Yes, ma'am. It was, let's see, I went from October to,
And
I think it is. It was October to January. The whole thing, like inpatient and sober living.
I think it's on that.
just want to make sure that I understood correctly. So on page 34, because I believe your application said that you were in treatment from October to January. And so what you're saying is that included both residential treatment for 35 days and meetings and the 8 week of sober living.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you attended any NA or AA meetings recently?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever attended any NA or AA meetings outside of your treatment that happened in 2018?
Yes, ma'am. I did a few, like when I came home, they, suggested for us to at least go for like 2 months, find one to go to. And I did that for like 2 months, once a week. I'd have to drive to Oxford because also my grenade at that time.
I see and refer you to page 37, and that's the assessment that was just referenced. And I believe you testified that you had tried methamphetamines. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, when did that start?
That started when I lost my job at Continue Care. Sorry, I'm bad with these days. So much.
Well, in your application, you said that on page 12, that you were terminated from continuing care in 8 of 2018. So does that sound
I would
about
say
right?
like September somehow.
So it was prior to being
Oh, no, ma'am.
terminated?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, so September afterward.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when did you first smoke or use methamphetamines? Sorry.
September 2018. Was that after I lost my job?
Okay, so on page 38, under substance abuse history, it says that you first used in 2017.
Where is that at?
It's towards the bottom, under substance abuse history.
No, it should say 2018.
Okay, so that's just an error.
It has to be, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you last used in November of 2018?
Yes, ma'am. Well, it should be October of 2018.
Do you still drink alcohol daily?
No, ma'am.
When did you stop drinking alcohol?
I stopped in 2018.
What's your date of sobriety? Maybe I should have started there.
Okay. You could say October of 2018. I don't know the exact date, but whenever I went straight now.
You haven't had anything to drink? You haven't had any type of drugs
No, ma'am.
other than what's been prescribed?
No, ma'am.
Could you tell us what current medications you're on?
Yes, ma'am. I take metformin, 500 milligrams twice a day, just gonna start it, and then I take Wellbutrin, 300 milligrams a day. For vitamin D.
And did you tell this board panel why you refused that drug screen back in? Sorry, I know the order was in 2020.
Yes.
Could you just tell us the circumstances surrounding that?
Okay, the one from when I lost my job at Continued Care. Okay. Honestly had happened was she made that comment to me and I just said some ugly words to her and I got up and walked out. And apparently that, because part of that meeting was gonna be me taking a drug test, I just got up and walked out. But she had never asked me that because we hadn't got to that point yet. That's the honest God truth. And so they looked at that as like a refusal. Then I just walked out and didn't finish the meeting. That's what happened.
And would you tell the board why you're seeking restoration now and you didn't seek restoration a couple of years ago?
I have been trying to. I brought an appeal letter here. It was within the 30 days of when I got my letter. I brought it up here. Right after that, y'all shut down sometime right at the beginning of 2020 or 2021, and I could not get a hearing. I mean, I've been working with Doug since, I guess it was over November of 2020, and literally, that's how long I've been trying. I promise you, I've been wanting my license back for long.
And if your license is restored and you're around just narcotics, and I know that methamphetamines was your drug of choice at the time, are you afraid your sobriety will fail?
No.
And what support system do you have in place to ensure that that won't happen?
I honestly just myself. I mean, I have absolutely no desire to ever do anything of that nature ever again. I, never took from work. I never did narcotics. I understand, meth is a drug or whatever, but I took that when I was at a very dark place in my life. Not excusing that. There's no excuse for it. But that was the only reason. That's all I had to kind of escape from that I was living in. So I have my daughter. She's 23. She lives with me. I want to do right, get back to life and do right for her also. And my mom.
Another question about your work history. Did you work at UMC about 10 years?
Yes.
And then your work history is a little sporadic after that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did anything transpire in 2015 that caused you to go from being a 10-year employee to suddenly changing jobs a few times over the next couple of years?
It was just, I wanted the ER supervisor in Greenwood. She was a friend of mine, and she just kept calling me to come work in the ER there. She's like, I really need somebody with some experience because I was doing ER part-time in Grenada, and it was the money from Grenada to Greenwood.
And do you have any other substance abuse history prior to 2018?
No.
I know I see that you did marijuana when you were in high school, but anything else?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any criminal charges or criminal history? You were charged with public drunkenness once.
Yes.
Were you convicted of that?
I got that taken off, but that did happen.
But you don't have any other criminal history?
No.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Mercier, members of the board hearing panel may have some questions for Ms. Bailey.
So if we were to restore your license today, the evidence shows that it's about a 5-year for someone who's had an addiction problem and so usually we try to do to help the licensee and the public to have like a 5-year type plan of how to monitor and make sure that you remain good. You said your support system is only yourself?
And my daughter and my mom.
Okay. So would you be willing to do anything the board asked you to do today to
Whatever y'all need.
Do you have a job lined up if we were to choose to give you your license back?
I've had, I have a lot of nurse friends, been a nurse for 20 years, and they've all, I know Love Medical Center wants me to come back, and, I've talked to a lot of people, so get my license back, and I'm sure. ER is my thing. I've been doing that for a little over 10 years, and that's where my heart is, and that's what I love, and I would love to go back to the medical center. I mean, they want me back. They told me that, I was completely open and honest with everything that happened, and they were like, "Get your license back and you call us, and we'll let you come back." I mean, I know if I have restrictions, I can't work in the ER. I'll have to, work on the med-surg floor, but whatever. I miss nursing more than anything. I did it for 20 years. I put my heart and soul into it. I love it.
Any additional questions?
You spent 3 years. Practice, almost 3 years. I only see these 2 certificates that you've done some CEUs. You're gonna have to do, would you be up to doing some catching up?
Absolutely.
No additional questions from the board. Did you, did you have the opportunity to do redirect after Ms. Salzman finished questioning her? You don't have any more questions? I just want to give you that opportunity. All right. No additional questions. We'll proceed now with closing statements.
Usually I kind of pull together some facts, but I want to read you what I wrote in an outline, do a little outline. So there's no outline theme. Very good nurse who got caught up in the wrong relationship was demonstrating complete recovery and has rebounded with her life. Now, having said that, I'm going to read you something from this is one of the exhibits, MSBN 22, an affidavit. This is from Ms. Amy Cox. I've known Amy, she's an RN. I've known Amy for 16 or 17 years. She's one of the best nurses that I know. I'm going to read you just a little bit of what she says. I've been a licensed nurse since graduating with a BSc and passing of my NCLEX boards in July 1983. I've served in varying capacities during my career, ranging from bedside nurse to house supervisor to the director of an ICU and ER. Most recently, from June 2019 to September 2020, I served as ER nurse and house supervisor working with Betsy Bailey. She was the ER charge nurse on the night shift in the hospital where I was employed. I worked on her shift as a bedside nurse and was her supervisor when I served as the house supervisor. I was in a position of leadership for the last 8 years of my career and had the job of hiring, firing, and making disciplinary decisions about my staff throughout this period. I consider myself a good judge of character, and I would today work alongside Betsy without reservation. She truly was one of the best I have had the pleasure of working with and was well respected by the physicians, nurses, and ancillary staff with whom we worked. She accepted the challenges without hesitation, went over and beyond to make patients comfortable, keep them clean, and make sure their needs were met timely. She is, in my opinion, an asset to the profession. Amy doesn't go out on a limb for people unless she really believes it. She can be wrong, but Amy doesn't do that just for anybody. The profession needs good nurses. I hear there's a shortage all the time. This is a pathway for a good nurse to get her license back and be a benefit and asset to this state and her community. And we ask that you restore her license.
Awesome.
Thank you. In making your decision today, I would respectfully request that the panel consider the following factors: severity of the actions that result in the revocation of the license, Mrs. Bailey's conduct prior to surrender of the license, her compliance with restoration requirements, whether she's in violation of any applicable statute, board order, or rule, to consider rehabilitative efforts, to consider her competency to practice nursing, and lastly, to consider her ability to safely practice nursing pursuant to Rule 1.12. Thank you.
This concludes the restoration hearing involving licensee Elizabeth Bailey. 2203. I believe there are two other matters on the docket we're going to take up before the board deliberates on this restoration application. This concludes the hearing. Y'all can wait for the announcement or
I can call you too, either way.
You need me to move?
No, no, it's not, it shouldn't take long.
case number 2023-1038 involving licensee Ms. Alice Rubinoff. License number R-870518. Oh. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask members of the board hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record.
Jamie Clinton, RN.
Dr. Wilson, nurse practitioner. Mary Stewart, RN.
And with the attorney representing the board, state your name for the record.
Ian Salzman.
And is the licensee, Ms. Alice Rubinoff, present? Briefly, speak to the notice provided to Ms. Rubinoff of this hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. Notice of hearing and complaint were sent to the address that she has listed in her gateway. That notice of hearing and complaint are on pages 6 and 7. The green card that shows that was signed for is on 10 and 11. And on page 200, you additionally have the USPS tracking that shows delivery to that address.
It appears Ms. Rubinoff received statutory notice of this hearing and is not provided any reason why she is unable to appear today. So we will proceed with the hearing in her absence.
Your Honor, and I would like to represent our office has heard nothing from Mrs. Rubinoff requesting the matter be continued or requesting she be excused from continuance today as well.
Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, I would request that B1 through B19, let me make sure I've got the right number, B1 through B19 be marked and entered into evidence today. And those are marked pages 1 through 200.
Those records are admitted into today's record. Exhibits are admitted to today's record.
Your Honor, I would request that be allowed to rest on the exhibits that have been entered into evidence today.
Are allowed to do so. This concludes the hearing in case number 2023-1038. Licensee Alice Rubinoff. Next matter on the docket, case number 2022-0480, Ms. Latasha Clark, license P-327486. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record.
Norian.
Melissa King, nurse practitioner. Mary Stewart, RN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
Is the licensee, Ms. Natasha Clark, present?
No, Your Honor.
Can you briefly provide me with the notice provided to Ms. Clark of today's hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. The notice and complaint were sent to Mrs. Clark at the address that she has on file in her gateway. And proposed exhibit B5, you'll see the notice of hearing, scheduling this matter, and then you will see the complaint as well as the document being returned to the board on December 27, 2023. You also see on page 12 that there was delivery attempt, there was a redelivery scheduled. We still were not able to get her at that address. And then you will see on page 14 that there was an affidavit of publication in the Meridian Star, and it was published on three dates, namely 12/14/23, 12/21/23, and 12/28/23, in compliance with statutory requirements that ordered her to appear today on February the 8th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. To date, our office has heard nothing from Mrs. Clark requesting she be excused from attendance today or requesting that this matter be continued. We have heard nothing from Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Thank you. It appears that the licensee received a statutory notice of today's hearing and has provided no reason why she is unable to appear today. So we will proceed with the hearing in her absence. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, I would request that exhibits B1 through B45 be marked and entered into evidence.
Those exhibits are admitted into the record.
And Your Honor, I'd respectfully request that we be allowed to rest on the exhibits that are admitted into evidence today.
You are allowed to do so. This concludes the hearing in case number 2022-0480 involving licensee Latasha Clark, license number P-327-486. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on the petition for restoration filed by licensee Ms. Elizabeth Bailey, license number R-72203, case number 2023-1038, and case number 2022-0480.
Make a motion.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on restoration petition filed by Ms. Elizabeth Bailey, case number 2023-1038, and case number 2022-0480.
Make a motion, we go into executive session for deliberations on stated three cases.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decisions in these matters.
Thank you.
back on the record. And at this time, I'll announce the board's decisions. In case number 2023-1038 involving licensee Alice Rubinoff. License number R-870518. The board finds the licensee guilty. The penalty imposed is revocation. In case number 2022-0480, the licensee is Ms. Latasha Clark. License number P-327486. The board finds the licensee guilty as charged, and the discipline imposed is revocation. The restoration application filed by licensee Elizabeth Bailey, license number R-872203. The application is granted. So the licensee's license is reinstated. The board reinstated the license, but with restrictions. So within 180 calendar days, there are certain preconditions you must meet in order to obtain the reinstatement. So there's a conference with your compliance officer, releases, the payment of a $500 fine, and the completion of the refresher course. Again, this must be completed within the first So within that first year, the completion of that refresher course, and that must be done prior to you receiving the reinstated license, and the payment of the fine as well. And once the, subject to completion and compliance with those preconditions, then you will be able to have your, license reinstated, and you'll just be subject to a 24-month probation period, if you will. Single state license, employee reports, quarterly reports, indirect supervision, certain prohibited areas of practice, all of that, drugs, random periodic drug screens, all of that will be included in the final written order. But the gist of it is your license is reinstated subject to compliance with those preconditions, and then once reinstated, if you comply with the preconditions, then you're subject to a 2-year probation period. Any questions?
Just so that you can go ahead and start kind of looking for a job, as far as preliminaries practice, she expressed CR one of the areas of practice.
No, it's not. For the first 12 months, she is prohibited from practicing ICU, CCU, or L&D, and C. Private duty.
Like any private duty, temporary staffing, home health, pretty much anywhere where you couldn't have your indirect supervision.
Questions?
Thank you.
This concludes the today's hearings. Thank you all for your service.
It's not